They're working on it.
Yeah.
I've got an option. I've got basket 1 and I've got basket 2 to choose. Is it 1?
Yes.
Can you grab that small one? That is too big.
Yes, if it's not round, you can. Yes, it's okay.
That's sharp.
Or even.
Bigger than others. That's a bit solid. Nope.
And that one.
You want to grab the handle? We'll move to the pile of rocks underneath. But I can back up too. Just see that it gets loose. The SID camera has a good picture. Is that live? Zoom in. Anything moving? Nope. That's not moving. Brings it back up. Maybe this one? Solid.
Yeah. Yes.
Solid. Okay. Just grab it. Grab some notes. Yeah, good SID camera. Okay, got it. We're gonna find another rock for you.
Don't forget the list.
You wanna do it now?
Yes, I think
Okay.
it was before you move.
You happy with that?
Okay, we're going to close the list in block. Yeah. Number 4. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 3, 4 is coming up.
Yes.
It's coming up. Or
Yeah.
fire.
Good.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move for another rock. Okay. And whatever. Let's see if we can find a rock from this.
Yes, if I see one. No. It's very hard to say if they are part of the wall. Any of these? When
What
like
about those?
these? Or these here? Or these? This looks good. It's a good one then.
What about this flat one? You want a flat one?
Which one? These? Too big. These?
Piece, isn't it?
Are these?
Oh.
No. That doesn't work? I think that one is good.
As you wish. Pushing forward.
It's okay, Rachel, on the rock. It's hard, right?
How about the one below it, the flat one?
Go for it.
Giant one.
Yeah, but it looks like it was like
I
flat, right?
think. I think the geologist would be very happy. No, it's too big.
Okay. Let's see for something else. There's not. It's still it's a trunk. It's a challenge. Oh. I know how to get that thing. It's the net. Use that. No more fish for that.
Oui.
And yeah, it's rolling downhill. Let's see. I mean, we are in a mountain of rocks. We should be able to get one rock. We're in an ocean of fish too. We should be able to get one fish. True,
Yeah.
true. Okay.
Team.
No, no, we're the B team now. A team, A plus, now B team.
If you think that these, no.
Still
Any
fine.
other, yeah, I know.
Sorry, do you see a different horizon?
Hmm?
Do you see a different one?
I saw, but now I don't.
It's very.
How about that one? See it? Yeah.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's down, I think.
Then
We
you
have
go
to
down.
move. Yeah. Okay. We still have time?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll make time for you. It's special.
Yeah, thank you. Muito obrigada.
God. You want to grab that net? Oh, we can't see it too now.
No, the net is there. You see a bit.
Yeah, we can see it on the sit camera.
It's very fluffy. But, you know.
Try to get some zoom. Okay. Okay. How's it final?
Or if you want, then we just go on and then on the way. It's very fluffy material. Sediment.
Mountain rocks. Should be able to get you one rock at least. I mean, Tyler should be able to get you one rock at least. Okay.
These, yeah, they are all good.
They're all good?
Yeah. Not this one, too big and round.
Okay. We're gonna shoot from that one. After that.
Yeah, but not just hanging over the rock box, cause it's,
See those 3 rocks?
yeah.
Try that.
Now, can I say that jaggedy the better?
Sorry?
Not smooth.
Sorry?
When it's sharp, not smooth. Is that right?
Yeah. But this is okay.
Yeah, no, just, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Let's just say. That's it.
What?
Still moving? No, no.
No, not the round one. No. Sharp. This or that.
That, sure. We'll just see
Okay.
going after that.
This one? Or
No,
this?
that one.
This, yeah. It's good.
Nope.
Yeah, no,
moving.
it's moving.
Try to put more thrust on. And that one moves too. All of them moves. Oh, that looks like a good prospect. Still down. It's turning in.
Yeah. Wow.
You
Good.
can't really play with this too long, so because he's gonna, this thing's about, he's barely holding on to it.
Yep.
I'm gonna play that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good enough for you. Got that ram all the way up.
Runs all the way out. We're not gonna take the glamour shot of this.
No. You want? You have time? You said no. Yeah.
You think it's secure? Let's put it by the box,
Yeah,
then
get
we'll
it
take,
over
yeah.
the
Yeah. But here it's actually.
I'm gonna glamour shot it.
Yeah.
Here.
Safely. Yeah.
Quick glamour shot. Okay. Happy?
Yes.
Okay.
Rachel?
Yeah, cool.
It's very big.
Almost over it. Nope, you're not over it. There you go. Now you're over it. On the way. Now we're 50 pounds heavier.
Yeah, there goes all our,
Yeah.
lost the buoyancy, I'm not getting that.
Good. One to go.
One to go.
The fish. Very good, Tyler.
At least you're elevated back now to B plus.
B plus.
Yeah.
You're raising things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're both B plus better.
Yeah.
B.
No, I'm still 8 because
Oh, you're still, yeah, we should never drift the points, man.
Okay. Oh, your grade's slowly going down now again. Are you gonna put that in the basket?
Yeah.
Just watch it.
Nicely punchy on there.
He rectified the problem.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Teresa doesn't say, I want that fish.
No, not yet.
Oh, not
Let
yet.
Tyler, let Tyler relax a bit.
Yeah. Okay, so now
We
I'm
are
gonna
good to
ram this in. So stay. And we shall go somewhat towards 17.
We don't go to 16 anymore? We just go straight? Okay, good.
Because Phil doesn't want to go south.
Okay, let's go then. With the bus. For now. For now.
For now. Okay.
Let's go.
Can he head south at 17? So we can go to 17.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Bridge already.
Kahit,
We are on the move. Is it possible to get us to waypoint 17, or are we still dodging birds?
I'll be dodging bergs for all eternity. How about I go just slightly east of waypoint 17?
That's perfect.
That sounds like a delightful and amenable plan. Thank you, Phil.
Okay, so now you could do your thing again, Teresa.
Whatever that is.
What do you mean?
I mean, you take a look. And,
I am already taking a look. Do my thing.
Keep looking at stuff.
Keep looking at stuff.
Could you please zoom?
Of course. No, you can say that.
Now we can.
Okay, I mean, stop me. Or
Nice. Thank you.
happy?
Yep,
Okay.
it's good, thanks.
You can slow down so everybody can go. Bird comes.
It's big again, yeah. Was like the other one. Real zooming, please. Yeah, it's beautiful.
I have a colleague, friends who are sponge specialists.
Would you mind sucking up the stuff that is there? There's an isopod and I think other stuff. I mean, it's just a suggestion. It doesn't have to.
Where is it?
Where?
On the right, can you go up a bit with the camera? It was on the right side. Here? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah,
Yeah.
here.
It's super foggy right now. If it's too much of a hassle, then don't worry about it.
Sorry. I'll let it clear from there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, it's not moving or anything anyways.
So he has to know because I'm in the red circle of that. There it's 60. Yeah. That one's on the.
So I put them in one.
I think I'm gonna bail on
Because
it.
it's the mesh is thinner. So one or two. They
There's
have
someone
things.
not making.
Yeah, but it's all the time the same.
Yeah.
Why do you think I'm here all the time? To make sure that the things for me are, collected.
things, yeah.
Because then it's easier to collect in the silo. Yep, I think.
Hi, Tyler. So here in the mission control room, we've got a whole bunch of scientists working hard. And we've also got 2 pilots. Taking the ship as well. So streaming and all the data. And then this is Tyler.
Hello.
And, I'll just make sure that you're
Unmute, engage, invite. I'm Tyler Schmidt. I'm one of our ROV pilots, and we're in the middle of a bunch of stuff happening right now, so this is a opportune time for you to see what we do. Off camera, Spike is a marine technician, lead technician, who controls a lot of the shipboard systems, and right now he's helping our streams. I'm Tyler, the legendary Ben Herchong. You see him on camera. Teresa is
Hello.
our science watch lead here. We've got scientists in the room. Right now we are attempting to suction sample something from the side of this giant sponge. That's one thing you notice right away is that this room is full of screens. So those cameras that Sophie talked about are right here. So when Ben flies around, he's looking at sometimes 6 or 8 cameras, not all at once. You see his head move around, so he's got to pick and choose what he looks at in order to figure out where the ROV is in space. So everything we do down here is visual. And as you can tell, right now the viz is a little bit hard to see. It's because the ground, the seafloor is soft, the sediment is loose, and it's very fine. So when we set down, sometimes it's like a cloud of dust coming up. So if there's not a lot of current pushing that cloud out of the way, you kind of have to rely on the ship's, the ROV's thrusters to kind of move that sediment. So right now, we've got a little bit of pause while we're waiting to see.
If it doesn't clear up, then we should
suction
proceed.
sample.
It's taking too much
This
time.
is a big sponge in front of us. And so what my job is here today is to help Ben maneuver the ROV around. And as you can see on our screen, there's also a ship icon. So as mentioned,
Sorry guys, I forgot to crank up the speed.
and that's our captain, or sorry, our bridge officer right now. Hold on 1 second, guys. You gotta start moving, Phil?
Yeah, my arrow up here.
Here. Okay. You need us to follow you then. You gotta move a little bit.
Moving.
Okay. Roger, we'll follow you.
You don't have to, we can also stay here just because I claimed I'd be going east at waypoint 17 and then didn't actually start moving.
Okay, yeah, we're happy to hang here. We gotta do a collection if that's possible.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'll just go a bit slowly, get you a bit more distance then.
Roger that, Phil, thank you. So you just got a little bit of our communications with the bridge as well. So, as Phil probably mentioned, there's icebergs all around us. And so we're in constant communication with the team up top as they steer the ship around to make sure we don't hit any icebergs, because we know that's very bad news if that happens. So we talked to the bridge through our radio here, and this expedition in particular, we've been talking to them a lot. Sometimes they have to zig, they have to zag, we have to stop what we're doing and pick up and just like book it and try to follow them because we're keeping everyone on the ship safe. So in addition to helping navigation with that, Ben's doing flying. Right now, he's set down on the bottom to give us the best possible chance to suction sample a creature for the scientists. So you guys actually popped in at a great time. And so what I'm going to do is I have our manipulators. So you may have seen, you should have hit your right, so?
Yeah.
Okay. So Sebastian has 2 robotic arms. We call them manipulators. I control them with this. This is our master
There's,
controller.
yeah,
And so this shape of
Yeah,
the controller
yeah.
is the same shape as the arm. So when I move this, the arm's going to move subsea. And so what I have to do is pick up our suction sampler, which is essentially a deep sea vacuum. I'm going to do that. So I'm looking at this screen, then the scientists are looking at this screen.
Oh, there's actually two.
Hmm?
There's actually two.
Yep. Yeah.
Let's grab the
Let's
suction
go.
samples.
Mhm.
I tilt down on it. Let's go. Now he's giving me a different view. So we don't have any sense of touch down here. All we rely on is our eyeballs and each other. And so this has
Yeah, I mean, all of them are
a
isotopes.
suction pump attached to it. So what we're going to do is we are going to suction sample off this sponge, which I think I'm headed in the right
Here.
direction.
Yep. See.
So
Right now, it's
what I'm doing is I'm watching the right, so
There is another one here.
There's another one. There's another one to the left.
there's a really small one down here. What is that?
See it to the left.
It's very spiky.
Here.
Yeah.
Lisa,
Hmm?
do you see that one here?
Yeah.
Can
I
we
see.
that also separate?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
going there.
And this one after.
Roll, come on.
So we're back,
Let them go in.
and we've got this creature perched precariously on our. So we're back,
Let them go in.
and we've got this creature perched precariously on our suction sampler using the suction sample. So we have a carousel of 8 jars
Shake him out.
that suction can suction things into. I'm gonna get away from this one.
How strong can you
Sometimes we
be?
rely on very sophisticated methods, including wiggling the suction sampler.
Very.
Are these
Doesn't
sticky
go.
or something?
I don't know. I don't understand. Like, where can he hold on?
Kill the suction, bring it back on.
Yeah. Off.
Off.
And then bring it back on. Full. I think it is because I saw the other one fall in.
Give the scientific level again.
As Tyler opens septum sampler, and dismissal is soon.
Just press him
Tyler,
again.
would it be okay if some students ask questions, or is that too much?
Yeah. Go ahead, do our best.
Anybody have any questions? Oh my goodness, lots of questions.
Do you want to press him on the sponge? It's going to increase.
Right now, we are at 360 meters,
Yeah.
which is a little bit
It's number one,
1,000
right?
feet down. So Sebastian
Went
has
to
a
number one.
maximum
Show four.
Four.
rating of
Okay.
4,500 meters, which I don't have my conversion in, but it's like 50,000 feet, so a little bit, about 3 miles, something like that. Yes.
What is he doing with his feet?
Super suction feet.
Ah, he's holding onto the rim on the other side. Okay, well, smart one. Yeah.
Yes, raise his legs.
Scratch that off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a good question. So, on this expedition, since we're in very pristine, very
His 3 legs holding on.
fresh
Yeah.
water, that's not the right term, but water that hasn't really seen human contact before, we haven't seen much. We haven't seen any evidence of humans. But sometimes when we go to different places, we see things like old pop cans or fishing line or pieces of garbage, and that's very disconcerting. So yeah, we haven't seen it here, but sometimes we do see trash or plastic on the seafloor, and that is not a fun thing to see. So,
It's great, 3 legs. It's 3 legs holding on tight.
getting very intense directions here.
These legs, strong legs. Got 3 legs, baby.
Where we are right now. So right now we've seen a lot of sea cucumbers, which are very interesting, sort of cartoonish looking.
Is there anything else you want to
Try
try?
to climb up.
No.
I'm trying to climb up.
Do you want another one?
Come on, buddy.
Oh, come on.
And you've seen fish. You've seen a lot of shrimp, which are love shrimp, so this is always fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yay! Good.
It's really for
Thank
science.
you.
Was it just one?
So on the seafloor, it depends on where we are. So different places we've seen like lots
Any
of
more?
really
No,
beautiful
it's okay.
corals, interesting fish. We've seen a lot of octopuses on this, which is very, very cool. And
Here,
different
there
types
is
of
one here.
octopus. We've seen
There's another
a
one.
Want another
another
one?
mission.
You want another one?
Octopus, I think they're double octopus. I haven't confirmed the species, but they look like elephants kind of because they fly with their ears. So I'm focusing on this as well. So we've seen a lot of octopus, a lot of fish, a lot of shrimp, and at the surface we've seen a lot of seals. So
Shrimp. We get a shrimp.
Yeah.
Yesterday there were a lot of
Yeah.
seals flying right by where the ROV was, which is very cool. And we've seen whales too, but not by the ROV.
We can ask a couple more questions and we'll let Tyler finish the sample. Huge thank you.
Oh,
Good.
got it, good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more?
Okay, no, it's okay.
I'll just continue with questions with the
Yeah? Do you want me to keep listening to answers? Or it's up to you, so whatever you want to do. Good? Okay.
Don't want to disturb you. Let's
No, no, you're good. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
You say thank you.
Oh, there is a fish.
Hmm?
Here.
Oh, you want some fish? Let's put it on the same top. Where is it?
Here.
There you go. Here, take it in.
Got it.
Can we change the chamber? I think it's gonna.
Yes, hold on. Put it on 5.
Yeah.
No, 3. 5. Okay. Oh yeah. Maybe try to put full suction on.
Yeah. We'll suck that.
Full suction.
Oh, and it's a siphonophore.
Okay.
I wouldn't drag it in too much slower, but you're okay. Keep it around 100 to 120. Here. And that, see that ROV to LR? Yeah. That says 135. Yeah, well, I'm looking at the angle. Proximity to the truss, loud trusses. Yeah. That issue there.
Okay, so
Not at this depth.
when you have a minute, can you put a screen up with the UTC time in the quad for me? Awesome, thanks.
And the floats aren't gonna come into play till you're like 150 meters.
Alright.
But yeah, that
It
one.
looks like maybe you all can hear the stream again.
Directly off that
So yeah, we've just been having some internet connectivity issues the last couple
We
days.
can also try and aim to come more up here.
We just don't have coverage all the time when we're down here.
How's that?
Awesome, thank you, appreciate it. So yeah, thanks for bearing with us while they worked on getting our internet back up and going. I'm not sure exactly when it went out, but we did just do a science change, probably around the time it went out. And an ROV pilot change, so we have Zach and Joelle with us now. Joelle's flying, and then we have Rachel, Maritza, Anna, and I in the room. And again, we're just transecting here. We've met a lot of our goals for the dive already. I'm still hoping to see some more corals. It's been limited on the coral species we've seen today. Yeah, we just have some, like, I think it's satellite coverage issue problems and some other issues that you have when you're working in a part of the world where there is not a lot of infrastructure and not great satellite coverage. It's not the priority. Just transecting towards waypoint 17. We have a total of 21 waypoints on the current dive plan, but our goal is to, let's see, back on deck I think at 8 p.m. local time, so we'll leave from around 5 hours from now.
Yeah, we'll change it. Let's do that, but it's mostly just convenient from a perspective.
So about 5 hours left of the dive and only a few waypoints to go. So they're going to add in some waypoints and we'll see where they want us to go explore. Right now we're working up towards the summit of this mound-like feature that we found when we were mapping this area recently. We're just outside the area where the sea ice once covered it up until just a couple weeks ago. So this area is at the southeastern end of the Ronne Entrance. And the area we're diving lost its ice shelf cover just a few years ago. So I haven't watched much of the dive today because of my shift time, but from what I've seen, we've seen a lot of sea cucumbers again, like we were seeing yesterday. I think, or day before on the dive. We're seeing some sponges, some cup corals, sea urchins, some crinoids. For the corals, we've been seeing Jersemia, which is like that coral that'll kind of inflate and deflate. And then we've also been seeing some of the white-ish colored Anthomastus-like species. And so far we've collected a Jersemia. Maybe a little bit later we'll collect an Anthomastus to get a representative from this area. Fish hanging out on that sponge. Interesting shape to the sponge.
Yeah, I need to speed up myself.
Speed him up.
No. Try to catch speed, not 90 as speed going up.
Do you want me to put him more over this way?
If they can go there, yeah.
If you can go that way.
I don't know.
Right edge ROV, new waypoint if you can go that way.
Yeah, get to
New
this next
waypoint, go,
waypoint.
should be fine.
We're going to be making a bit of a right turn towards our next waypoint along a ridge feature. Within about 2 waypoints, we'll be at the summit. So many brachiopods and little brittle stars and some sea urchins there. really cool if we see an impressive landscape up on this ridge. But we've seen an awful lot of sedimentation in this area. There's a lot of productivity. Oh, a little octopus there.
You gotta come more over here if you want. Getting shallower and shallower.
Yeah, see, we're at 300 meters. What is our shallowest estimated depth here? Looks like around 220 meters. At waypoint 19, which is near the summit. Again, we're in our little mapping for our transect. We're nearing waypoint 17 right now. So this will end up being our shallowest dive. Last I heard, our plan was for our next dive to dive on the same feature, but to dive from the opposite side of the feature. So I believe we're on like the southwestern side of this feature. We're gonna dive somewhere more on the eastern side tonight or tomorrow. Looks like we have one of these Corymorphas coming up. Oh, fun. Yeah, looks like it's a good sized one, maybe a meter or so tall. It's kind of hard to tell from here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we can go ahead and stop and look at this. Looks like we're catching up to the ship anyway. And it's different inside than the other one we were looking at the other day. I don't know what's...
Everybody got messed with your cameras and lights and you on?
Alright, if you get the lasers on it for size, then you can take them off and you can do some glamour shots and close up.
You want to see that one?
Yeah, you can sit. Yeah, you can sit down, but if you can get the lasers up on the head of it first before, that'd be good. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's different. Something's going on. It's... I don't know, we can send Maxie. Can you send Maxie a picture maybe? See what he thinks. If it's another Corymorpha or if it's a Brachioceranthid. Super cool.
Sorry, Zach, my bad again. Cranking up the speed to actually start moving.
Do that.
That's so cool. I mean,
Oh, is that Dippin' Dots?
it does look like Dippin' Dots. What flavor? Strawberry? Maybe like pink lemonade. I mean, are these like... Yeah, I don't know. Hello, Alex.
I will not about his presence here.
Hi, Alex, what brings you here?
Weirdest thing is, I was just editing footage
From the other
from
one?
the other one the other day, thinking, actually, you know what? A couple of extra shots for the lecture.
I don't know. We're asking Max see if.
I have my phone already. You guys, what do you think?
Well, you got nothing else?
I mean, well, moment.
Just watch this guy for a sec. He's pretty mesmerizing as he is. What next? The yellow guy? I think it's like little British stars.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Could be.
Still shaking.
Yeah, I've never seen one with all the like that dip and dot texture there. I don't know if that's like a reproductive thing or it's always there.
Let's check. I'm checking.
And I was gonna do some quick researching.
You got that, Joe?
No, this is a,
It's gonna blow up the super bad where you instantly just dust.
yeah. So these are like a type of hydrozoan.
Yes.
You gotta look at this for a second. I don't know what it is.
Let me check it out.
Tentacle.
No. It'll be
Alright.
very good.
It's amazing.
Go for it.
No, it's not a. It's an idarian. So yeah, it's related to what we would consider like corals, but it's a hydrozoan. So pretty cool.
That's all right. That's kind of cool.
Somebody did that.
Yeah, it looks like the shape. You see?
Yeah,
These are spora.
Straight up, man, that'd be amazing.
they're spores.
Straight up.
Spora sac, male and female. I mean, they have the polyps and then inside.
Yeah, so the dip and dot texture apparently is the spora sacs, and so the reproductive parts of this hydrid. So, and that they like different stages of reproduction apparently. So, again, just doing a quick look online to learn a little bit about it. See if we can share it with you all. So yeah, that's super cool. Alright. Awesome. So yeah, if everyone's good, you good, Alex?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and continue transecting. Looks like we have some distance from the ship now.
Make some progress.
Yep. Looks like we want to turn to the right to go to waypoint 18 though now.
Alright, camera's pretty straight. Lasers are on. Lights.
Yeah, spora sacs is what it said.
Good.
So the sporocytes, spora sacs is what was in the little image we found from a paper. So it'll have like the gametes in there, the male and female reproductive gametes. So I was kind of wondering, it almost looked like they were eggs or something. What's that? What do you want to look at?
The white things there on the bottom.
Can
there.
we?
You see that?
I see another one.
Look.
Where?
You see?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
I see it.
okay.
And that's it. Dan, can we look
I don't
at
know
that?
if it's a coral
I think it's that one right there. It's just the one just out of our field of view, back behind. Yeah, no, it looks like
No.
sponge
No?
or at least coral. All right. Yep. No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Rock steady again?
Yeah, we're gonna go back to transecting and see if we can get up on along this ridge here. We can, if they're able to move us a little bit back towards our transect line,
Bridge,
a little back south.
Hurry, go ahead.
How's that waypoint for you?
I think that should be okay.
All right, let's try that. We're gonna try and get kind of back on the line a little bit here at this ridge top.
Yeah,
No, that's
it's
an-
okay.
Yeah, it's a nice sponge there. It's cool.
Okay, here, I'll send it.
I think that's fun.
All right, should have it.
Yeah, it's there, thank you.
That sponge is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should work.
What's that? Sponge?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
That's a cool one. Awesome. Thanks. Alright, so as there's a nice sea star off on the right coming up. With the crinoid next to it. Ooh, that crinoid looks all nice and got a nice little pattern. A little striped appearance. Pretty cool. Another nice size sponge coming up. It's got like a really narrow vertical shaped opening. Oh, a little less narrow than I thought. It's just the way the shadow was on the other camera. Yeah, I would have to say the story of the last few dives is we've seen quite a few large sponges and these corymorphas, lots of sea cucumbers, lots of them, and a lot of brachiopods as well. And yeah. You can kind of see this greenish tint to the sediment. Some of the signs of productivity raining down from above, plus a lot of the marine snow that we're seeing here. All these little scallops swimming through the water. We're trying to work our way back over to our transect line slowly, where we should be on this ridge feature as we head up to the summit of this feature that we're on. Oh wow, that's a pretty sponge with some cup corals around. Do you want a shot of that, Alex? Okay. Yeah, let's just get the lasers on it first, then you can turn them off, and then do shots for Alex.
10 centimeters of cap corals. Wait.
Alright, perfect. Yeah, you can go ahead and take them off and do some glamour shots for Alex.
Lasers off. Ready to change lights if you want.
You want the vessel to stop?
Get all the little brittle stars down at the base.
You can stop for a minute there if you want. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was directed towards us.
No, no. I mean, you can. We're going to take a couple of pictures, but you didn't really catch up too.
I'll just slow down a bit then.
Okay.
Sea cucumber coming in.
Abstract and Jimmy stuff. You want to go correctly here? Sure. Right now, I can do the iris down, or I can turn off some lights. I have nothing close. So
They're just gonna do some filmography of the sponge.
The close ones will just make this amazing.
We're well ahead of our timing, so some good time to get some good images. Let's see who's living on. Polychaete looks like over there, a little shrimp. Yeah, it's probably almost like a meter tall or so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is a nice specimen, that's for sure. Beautiful. Oh wow, that's some cool features. No, I think I've seen really large sponges of this form before. I think they're just older. But I guess it's possible with all the productivity here. I would be curious to know if their growth rates differ here compared to other places where you might not have as many nutrients coming in.
Ready to move on, or did you guys want to do something here?
Nope, I'm good. You can continue transecting.
Moving on.
Transect.
Gap of some kind coming up.
cool. Yeah, we're a little off the ridge right now, so we should be going up to the ridge. So hopefully there's some cool. It's waving goodbye to us.
There's not really stuff in these, like a lot of them I know, the galapagos, there's always like a little hanging out in there. Alright. What'd you do? What'd you do?
A little mini valley before we get to the ridge. It's alright. Some nice cup corals, more of these sponges.
Oh, no.
I do think as we get near some of the summits of some of these features is where you can sometimes have better current flow, and you end up seeing some of the larger specimens. I've just been seeing an impressive number of sea cucumbers. We're hypothesizing that they might be particularly abundant right now because we're just past the major bloom period, so there's just a lot of food on the seafloor for them. A lot of that primary productivity from the upper water column has been raining down. Yeah, probably Caryophilia. Cup corals. Yeah.
Coral? No, probably flabellum.
Which one?
Flabellum?
Flabellum.
Flabellum.
Flabellum. Okay, Anna says probably flabellum for the cup corals. Yeah, the lowest temperature of the ocean, that's where I need to pull in an oceanographer to confirm my memory is correct. But yeah, in Antarctic waters, around Antarctica waters, where you have your deep water formation, is where you're getting your coldest water temperatures. You can get like -2 or so. And that happens at the surface. There tends to be some compression as it moves down in depth, which leads to slight warming. But yeah, we don't have one of the physical oceanographers in the room to confirm my facts, but that's what I recall. So around -2 degrees C is usually about around the range of the lowest temperatures you get. I believe on a prior expedition they were around -1 point something. We have been between 0 and like 1.5 or so on most of our dives. And so because we are actually in an area where you get more melting of the ice, and we get some warmer waters coming in here relative to other parts of Antarctica. So the temperatures are a bit warmer here.
What speed would you like?
Nice little
Just like you
outcrop
did
here
doing
with
the
some
slime.
sponges on it.
Sorry, which
Brachiopods.
one's mine?
Just like you've been going there, Phil?
0.2 is what we're doing right now.
Yeah, that's good.
Alright, we'll keep going.
Thank you.
A another ROV was.
There's something else we need to 3D print one of these days. It's like some like shoe print things.
Mm-hmm.
You go off camera and just do this and then
Great.
like at an event or something, you know, somebody's coming back to you.
Funny. So more sponges wearing crinoids. Yeah, a number of sponges with crinoids on them. So again, maybe the currents are a little bit better here. We're starting to see more crinoids. And they want to get up into better flow conditions. So they like to often sit on top of other organisms, so the top of a coral or the top of a sponge, because the current is slightly higher, a little bit higher up. Oh yeah, let's look at this one then. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, that one's pretty.
That is nice.
That's one we can try to collect for Tom, I think. It's different than what we've been seeing. Get a nice pretty shot of it first. Ooh, yeah.
Yep.
And then there's a nice anemone afterwards we can check out.
Oh, so nice. Remember that word here?
Yeah, I don't know what all fish Tom has collected, but
Let's see.
I personally haven't seen one like this, or at least not one with its fin on display. So since we've been here,
So you want to try and collect this, Aaron?
yeah, let's try
What do you think, a slurp or?
a slurp. Yeah, I have no clue anything about this fish, so but it seems to be
Oh.
trying to hang out through the current flow. So ooh, maybe not.
Gone. Ah, no, it's there.
Let's see if it settles back down.
It's not even swimming.
Oh.
Bonk.
Well, I'm thinking the slurp might work out okay.
He looks really smart, so if you want
But who knows, maybe it's just pretending.
Yo creo que sería fácil. Sería fácil. A ver.
From left, still far away, right?
Yeah.
You gotta put him pretty close to the starboard rail. Doing the slurp.
Está better? Shot number 5 is okay.
Right.
Number 5
Um,
is there is something siphonophore and
what's-
shrimp.
Right. Yeah, I have something written on there that says fish on it. So let's.
Number 6.
6?
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
checking.
I'm so confused. Our things are so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take it into yeah, whichever one at this
Oi.
point.
Ah,
Oh nope,
Oh.
it just pretended to be
There
slow.
was a rock stuck in there too. I think we would know if that was stuck.
Yeah. Oh well, so it'll be
I'll keep hold of it in case we see him again.
okay. Can we do a check on what
ROV
you?
Bridge, when you're done suction sampling, we'll have to speed up for a short moment to 0.4 or so to dodge a growler.
yeah, right.
Okay.
You good to do that now?
Yeah, let's go ahead and
Okay, we're
go.
good to do that now. Coming up, Pop.
All right, 6 clearly had brachiopods on it.
Alright,
6
yeah, no
is a
problem.
bright spot. Okay.
Yeah, mine was marked on 7, but it was clearly in 6. 5, mine says fish.
Mine say siphonophore. Maybe also the fish, but I didn't
Okay.
because we were here. Then 4 you have,
Crustaceans, shrimp.
yeah, and then 3 amphipods, polychaetes,
Yeah.
3 two polychaetes.
Sediment
Two-
with unknown tubes.
One, I don't know.
Amphs, it says amphipods, I think, on sponge.
Okay.
And 8 says
Sea cucumber.
sea, yeah, okay.
So one amphipods.
Okay.
Amphipods.
Can you turn the lasers back on, please? Thank you. All right, we have to dodge an iceberg, so we're gonna pick up our speed here a little bit as we move towards waypoint 18, I think now, 19, which one is it? 19. We're gonna pass 18 on our way to 19. Just getting ready to
Great, Dorothy. Just let me know
reach
when we're
18.
free to
Have
sit
you
down.
already used all the push quad?
Yeah, it's not terribly far,
Yes.
maybe another 30 meters or so.
Mhm.
Okay.
So yeah, we're just gonna transect for a little bit as we move on towards waypoint 18 and 19 as we try to avoid this iceberg. That's a nice sized brittle star there.
Oh, there is another.
Nice sea stars, crinoids, brittle stars.
Oh. Coral. Oh no.
Yeah, but we can't stop right now.
No, take the point, come back.
Yeah. So,
Oh.
yeah, and there's like a pink one too that we haven't seen before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just put the point.
Yeah, these are some nice primnoids, kind of pinkish in color. So I think it's either a different color more for actually the really pink one over there. It looks like it's branched unless it's two. Just give some quick zooms.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. It's like this is
Really pinkish.
Oh, it's pinkish because
I think it might be maybe gravid, like might be the same species, but with.
but
Oh, that's cool.
we can no. We have
No,
to have
we
eyes
we
open.
don't have time. Do we have to keep moving?
But
Oh, I can check with the rig. while you
Yeah, let's
sample it.
check. Yeah, if we can, let's sample it.
Pretty
But
HRV.
but we can investigate this point and come back. But depends.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you think we could do a sample here? You guys can keep moving.
Oh, that's cool. We should be about the same distance by now.
Oh.
okay, perfect.
Yay, thanks.
All right. All right, so we're gonna be able to sample. Actually, can we reposition to face so we can see the front of the corals for zooms?
Going in the quiver, right?
Yeah, we're gonna actually do two collections. I want to collect one of the pinkish colonies and then one of the white colonies. Here, I want to be able to compare to see if they're different or if it's just a color variation or reproductive stage difference. Yeah, on the next expedition, there's going to be a primnoid expert, so. All right, awesome. So then, can we do some quick zoom ins on them? Yeah, I think these are primnoids, probably in the genus Thororella. So let's look at this one here zoomed in, and then like maybe that one for the white one for collections. Target those. Could be that one too for the white one, but let's look at this one for sure. Not sure if this is a branch colony or if it's multiple colonies. Yeah. I would rather take the third one from a slightly different spot because these are likely to all be.
Because I need, okay.
Yeah.
I need 3. But,
Yeah.
Okay. You think?
Yeah, we'll see how much time we have.
Okay.
But
Good.
yeah. Mhm.
Alright, this is gonna go in which quiver?
Your choice, whichever quiver you choose.
Number 2 is.
Okay.
Yeah, let's actually, can we take the one we were zoomed in over here first, Zach? We might end up taking one of those over there later, but this one right here, yeah. This one,
Also the fish.
thank you.
Also the fish.
Starfish, you mean?
You don't have to take the starfish with it. If it comes with it, I guess it comes with it. But yeah, I think this is like I think this one's branched. Branched colony. Yeah, it looks like the brittle star is coming with. Yeah, it's like 2 different bases there with, yeah. Cool. Yes, glamour shot, please. Thanks. I'm so like excited by it that I'm forgetting.
You forgot the procedure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. But with oaf. And then we'll do another collection. So when you have that one stowed, we can open another coral quiver. And we'll collect one of the more whitish colonies slightly in the background. Do a zoom on it first. Like one of those 3 right there. Kind of in the second line of. Those 3 maybe. Or maybe one of those 2 since they're closer. And we can just do a zoom on it before.
After, at the end, before leaving.
Okay. Don't let me forget. My brain seems to be on like slow mode today. open next quiver.
The next one, let's do, so there's nothing in one, right?
Nope, nothing in one. Yeah, I was even struggling to speak in Spanish this morning. I was like, I know the word.
I know.
Like talking to Andres, I was like, yeah, and then this, and I just had to search for the right word in Spanish, you know.
All right, is there a certain one of these you want?
In the, let's zoom in first, and so on one of these two here. But we'll do the zoom before the collection, please, so you can see what it looks like before and then the glamour shot. Thanks. Awesome, great, thank you. Yeah, so that one will be good? Yeah. Perfect, thank you. Glamour shot.
Glamour shot.
Yep. Nice. There's someone home down there too, but we're good. I don't think we're gonna be able to see it. It's hidden behind. Awesome, thank you.
Commentator has arrived.
Saveta is joining us.
This morning we collect the Brachiosaurus.
I loved it, waking up to that. I loved it.
Yeah, autocorrect typos when you're trying to spell a species name. Love it. Awesome, thank you. And we'll go ahead and collect a third specimen as well.
Same quiver?
Different quiver. Yeah, different quiver.
You can check with them.
Very lovely. Do all stop. What? Thank you.
It's like a beam me up sound.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Extruder has joined the room.
Doctor. You're now Dr. Extruder?
Yes, I've been upgraded. I've been Dr. Rock, Dr. Sediment. I'm now Dr. Extruder. Because there was a space of 24 hours when I extruded 17 push cores, so I think that was a new record.
PhD. Alright.
So today in the
Zach will
room-
do one more collection, so separate coral quiver, maybe 3, unless you prefer a different one.
So in the room we have Professor Coral, aka Erin, Professor Seawater Anna, and Reina Maritza. Reina de Bella here. And Dr. Extruder has come to join you for some sediment conversation. So if anyone has any sediment chats or geological questions, please do ask.
No.
Yeah, it would have been a good time earlier because all we saw was sediment and sediment and sediment. So.
Well, I'm afraid I've just woken up recently, so.
You arrived just in time for all the rocks.
Excellent.
And the fauna and the corals.
Yes, I was doing another night shift yesterday, but I didn't have terrible too much to do, so I went to bed around like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. Which I always
nice.
find if you go to bed, yes, so early, before breakfast, and I'm like more awake the next day, whether if I stay for breakfast and I talk to people.
Yeah,
And then-
let's go ahead and look at one of these two, whichever one. Yeah, this one looks good. And it looks like Zach can reach it, yeah. I'll just give a zoom in on it and see what we see. This one also has a little oaf at the base. It's interesting that these have oafs kind of near their bases. Can you change the zoom a bit? There we go. Awesome. It's amazing. Alright, cool. Yeah, let's do a collection of this one as well. About the same size piece you've been doing. So we haven't seen these pinkish peach ones really before. They've been more white, so I'm not sure if this is a variation or a reproductive stage. And then Teresa wants to do some trophic web analyses, so she really wants 3 specimens. So we're collecting one of each kind of color morph here, and then an extra one for trophic web. And then I will be doing morphological and genetic analysis to pair with that.
Sounds very interesting, Erin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. I think it's like a puzzle to solve with the genetics.
I feel like
and
in our
morphology.
field we generally have a lot of puzzles, like you get loads of bits of information and then you have to try and think what does it all mean when it comes together into the bigger picture, right?
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Good. Yeah, I think that's like what attracted me to the field is, and what attracts me to working with corals is there's so many questions to answer and so many puzzles to solve, and really taking that genetic data and then the morphological data and trying to bring them together so that all the pieces fit. That's really interesting to me and is really motivating for my choice to work with corals right now versus some other organisms that puzzle's a little more solved and they're on to other questions.
I think this is definitely what I enjoy about the generally climate change field, because you know you have stuff like theoretical physics or like maths where people just work on one really big problem, but there in ours I feel like there's like loads of little problems, but it's quite hard to like get it all together into one like story. So I quite like the like multidisciplinarity of it.
Yeah, it's super helpful, and it raises sometimes more questions with the multidisciplinary, but there's so much more you can answer and so many more of the pieces of the puzzle to pull together.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's nice about this cruise is we have so many different like groups working, so we're getting a really good understanding of the currents in the area and the nutrients that are available, food web dynamics, what's happening now with the sediments and in the past with the sediments. So really gives you some insight into what is going on in this environment. You can address so many more questions. Awesome. Thank you, Zach.
And this is what I enjoy about climate change as well, what you said earlier. There's a fairly new field, you know, there's a lot of things still to solve, like in my kind of like past climate paleoceanography, future climate predictions, a bit like with your corals. So it's not like well established, there's so much more to learn. I think there's great opportunity for loads of PhD students if you're looking for a position.
Awesome. Thanks. We can go ahead and continue transecting
No,
then.
no, please.
Oh, Niscan bottle. I'm sorry. See, I told you to remind me. My brain is slow today. Thank you. This can be fun.
Only one? Yeah.
Yeah, it's number 5 is next. Yep. Just one. Yeah, it's almost like I got too much sleep or something, or maybe because I have had coffee the last few days, my brain is like on super slow mode today. Just staring at my computer. Last night too, I was like struggling to accomplish simple tasks on my computer.
That's fair enough. I think we're all getting to that stage of feeling quite tired, right?
Yeah.
Quite.
Awesome.
Anna was in the lab till late as well, writing a proposal.
Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Onward. Yeah, we can go back and transect move in. So yeah, this is the first time we've seen primnoids that I'm aware of on this dive. All of a sudden what often happens is you might see an isolated one, but other times you often see a group of them in one place. So it's a habitat that is more suitable, often because of currents, bringing them the food that they need. And then the currents also were able to bring them there to settle. Let's see if we see any more groups of them.
It's quite a shallow dive today, right?
Yeah, by far. I think our shallowest by a good 100 meters or so.
Did you get how shallow?
I think not much more shallow than this. Maybe another 20 meters or so is the estimate. But one thing I've noticed is all the estimates we've been getting on the spreadsheet. No, it's 100 meters shallower than we've done before. I think we reached around 350 yesterday. And we're supposed to hit around 220 today, around waypoint 19.
That'll be the shallowest one this whole cruise, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And what you can see in these shallower areas is the sediment is much coarser, which means there's more of these little pebbles and rocks lying around. And this generally tends to be because when you have this ice sheet, so they tend to dump a lot of this like coarser grain stuff as they retreat onto the sea floor. And especially in the shallow areas, like I imagine the push cores we get from this dive will be much sandier than some of the deeper stuff, which is very like clay-rich blue-green color. This is probably going to have like red kind of sand hues. So, do you know when did we collect push cores? Have we done them already?
Yeah, we did them around 9:30.
Okay. So,
But they didn't write down the depth on
The
here.
depth
If the
was
depth on yours.
872 meters.
oh, that's
Okay.
still quite deep, so actually
Yeah.
they might not be too sandy. But this sort of area, I guess maybe if we do another dive for the shallow
It's a
one.
nice dive. Yeah. But yeah, maybe tomorrow's dive, since we're diving, I think, on the same feature as the plan still. So maybe they're going to do the shallow ones tomorrow.
I'm actually not sure, Erin. I think they might have changed the plan again,
Okay.
you know?
Oh, okay. That sounds right.
That's like lava.
Okay.
Some beautiful exposed bedrock you can see here, as long as also some layers of drop stones, pebbles on the right hand side.
Do you want us to start moving again?
Yes, please, thank you.
Moving.
Yeah, we should be nearing. Yeah, it looks like we're along,
Information
pretty much
is
on the
all
top of the
that
ridge
it's
now.
incoming from the stern, so we will have to move for some time. But we still have about half an hour before impact, so we can sort out the view.
We'll be ready to, Cold Spring to leap in the direction of your chief.
Yeah. Can we go ahead and pass close to this rock? Here.
Aaron, we're just approaching way station 19. Is that waypoint?
We're at 18 right now,
18.
heading towards 19, but we've just gotten word that we have to
Yeah.
keep moving
Did
largely.
we do some rock collection for Andres, or
Yeah, we already collect
I did see a cool rock right behind us.
2 rocks.
Oh yeah. Professor
rock.
Rock likes his rocks, so if you see any more cool
It
ones,
looked like it had a quartz slash like this on it.
that is good.
It was right behind us.
Because we've got quite a few metamorphic, these kind of black ones, exposed bedrock pieces now, but there's some really nice ones we found, like probably what you were describing. There's some like pinky, the
Yeah,
pink one.
He wants the pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We collected the
no.
first pink one, and he was so happy with
And
us
the
last
second.
time.
Yeah.
And the second.
And now he wants a third one, a potential third one.
Okay.
Well, I'll keep my eyes peeled for one then.
Because we already collect the other.
We're the best shift for rock collectors.
Yes.
We're perfect rock fishermen.
We do have a nice balance of on our shift. I mean, I guess everyone has a geologist, but you know, we've got
The
a nice
best
diversity.
geologist on board.
The best one on board. There we go. Check done.
Thank you,
Um,
thank you.
There's some nice representation, different faunal expertise, water sample analysis. So we're really just missing our classic oceanographer.
Yeah. Anna, what time did you finish writing last night in the end?
It was 1.
It's quite late.
Yeah, it was.
But you got it done?
Not yet, but
Becomes so nice and plump.
It eats sediment, I think.
Ready? So it's just full of sediment.
Yeah, it might eat. I mean, it probably is eating the organisms, like in the sediment or on the sediment. I'm not sure if it's eating like urchins. It's possible that it would eat urchins as well. I'm not 100% sure though for the species.
It's very cool.
But I think both times they've spotted it, it's been on sediment, so yeah. Yeah.
the size is
Wow.
at least 30.
Yeah, this is probably like nearly a half a meter, 40 centimeters or so.
Wow. Do we know the species name of this one?
No, we are searching
We're searching.
Yeah, the water temperature, so it's colder here, so you get warmer water at depth. The 4 degrees C it
That
like
is-
warms up under pressure in part, and then also as it gets further away and does some mixing from where deep water forms, that water temperature will slowly increase. And so in much of the deep water formation occurs off the coast of Antarctica in different places. It's actually going to be warmer here relative to where deep water forms around Antarctica. So
I think
like,
the water, it's not homogeneous throughout the like deep oceans. So 4 degrees is kind of a misconception, but actually the deep water masses that form around Antarctica generally tend to be much colder. So when we were diving at deep depths, we were experiencing like 1 point something degrees up to like 2 maximum. So this is the kind of thing you'd expect in this area. And now because we're really shallow, you can see the temperatures as we're going into that like mixed zone where you're getting meltwater and runoff off the ice shelves. So it's becoming much colder. So now we're at minus temperature. Because I think from the C2D profiles, Aaron, do you remember what was the kind of surface temperature those guys were showing us?
I don't remember.
Is it like minus
yeah,
1, minus
-1
1.5?
something
Yeah,
like
so it's
that,
even
yeah.
colder. So if we do get any more shallow, it's going to become even more colder.
Yeah, and at our deeper depths in this area, we've been observing more like 1.5 degrees,
Mhm.
1.5 degrees, and not negative 1.5. So we kind of have this 3 degree temperature range from about -1.5 at the surface to 1.5 at depth here. But in other areas of Antarctica, you're going to see those temperatures be closer to -0.2 or -2 rather. So yeah, and then the 4 degree C is something you see in other parts of the ocean, that you're in that general range of 3.5 to 4 degrees a lot of times as you move further away from that deep water, where that deep water is formed off the coast of Antarctica. But that's a nice sea star.
So an interesting fact is that we're now so shallow at this around 234 meters or so. and this area would have probably been completely covered by ice, like including ice all the way down to the bedrock and the seafloor until very recently. So it's quite different to, you know, the deeper bits we were doing like the other day in the sort of sub-ice conditions where there would have been like the cavity of water coming in. So all of this fauna here is actually kind of, I guess, dominated this area very recently.
What do you mean when you say recently? Like, what's the range?
Well,
there?
that we do not know, but we shall find out after the cruise, I hope.
Do you have a guess?
Do you have gas?
Do you have a guess?
I guess. I'm going to message some experts and get an opinion. Let me get back to you on that one.
Yeah, so that's like fresh water. The density changes with the water.
So typically the deep ocean profiles, the deep water forms in the northern North Atlantic and the Labrador Sea and two formation areas in the Nordic Seas. And then around Antarctica, specifically in the Weddell and the Ross Seas are the biggest formation zones. And then this water's flow, so the one from the North Atlantic flows down south and all the way down to the South Atlantic. The one from Antarctica kind of spreads into all the ocean basins, and then there's mixing in other flow pathways, how these waters fill in some of the intermediate depth. In the meantime, the surface circulation is driven by winds. Thank you.
Yeah.
Depends on ocean gyres. So basically what you get is the formation, these deep water masses, especially the North Atlantic deep waters and these ones that come in from Antarctica are very different, including temperature, for example. The one from North Atlantic is actually much warmer than these Antarctic surface waters, deep waters. And the reason for that is that in Antarctica, you basically, the way that these waters form is due to this very extremely cold temperatures.
Ready? Lasers or no lasers? No lasers on it or no lasers?
You leave the lasers on, I think, for now. I mean, when you get in, once the lasers are on them, you can turn them off if you're doing a nice climber shot that stuff wants to do. I don't think we have a lot of time to keep moving. Just a nice zoom where we can see like the end of the feet.
Zoom a bit?
Yeah, so zoom in if you can, kind of max zoom in.
Wow.
Like,
Okay, I've got an opinion from my experts regarding that ice. So they think that it would have definitely been here only 100 years ago and maybe 50 according to the satellite imagery. But we're gonna
that's alright, then we can
Wow,
go.
okay.
look more at the satellite imagery and also some of these the topography, the maps we've been making and the sediments that we've been collecting and try and get a better sort of estimate on this. And for this, actually, if we do end up getting any push course, I'm not sure what the plan is later, but from like a really shallow area, that should really be able to help us as well, like really date this sort of chronologically, put this in the context.
So I'm sorry, I missed how long you said.
So I said the experts,
Yeah.
Professor Ice, is saying that probably 100 years maximum, but actually maybe more like 50 at the rough guess, according to the satellite imagery. But like I was saying, if we get any push cores from shallow areas, like later, I'm not sure what the plan is. Should be able to date this and put this more in context.
Okay.
So for that, we could probably use some radiocarbon dating of foraminifera if we find them. And basically, the last time we find these sort of the deepest sediment layer we find the foraminifera in, that will be the last time it was like open to the ocean conditions in theory. So then that age that you can get from that will be how old essentially this area, or like how long this has been open for open water rather than an ice stuck onto the topography.
Thanks. Now we're seeing a number of anemones here. So again, we're right at this kind of the edge, top of this ridge feature. It's going up and down, some exposed rocks, and with the currents coming across here, we're actually seeing some pretty good diversity. Filter feeding and sessile organisms. pretty impressive. We have another one of these Corymorphos coming up, another one of those large sea stars.
Is this sea star around that 1/2 meter size again?
Yeah, I don't know about, this one looks like it's a little smaller, but the one we saw a little bit ago was probably around 40 centimeters or so.
Cool.
This one, the lasers aren't on it quite yet, but I think it's also in the ballpark of 30 to 40. Yeah, I see it just to the right now, yeah, thanks.
Nice. I'm just trying to do some estimates for the size of this like bedrock exposed. How many meters do you reckon it is? This like thing we're seeing now.
Yeah, well that's our laser,
5?
so I would say
can't
like
see the
this
lasers.
part is a meter.
Where's the laser?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Very
Yeah.
small. Okay.
So this is maybe a meter, 2, 3.
3 meters, I'd say. Maybe this
Yeah.
rock thing. Yeah, like yeah. Do you reckon?
So-
Or maybe more. 3 to 5.
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
3 here if you count this, probably. Yeah, the whole thing, probably 5. In this direction, you can see there's more up there too. In the
Yeah,
sit-in.
yeah.
Yeah, it's even bigger.
Oh, this is very beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice. This type of sponge always reminds me a little bit of like a lily pad sitting on a rock instead of on the water.
Some land topography.
Yeah. Are these some like scour lines that we're seeing? Do you think? Like these grooves there?
I'm not sure. I would imagine those would be bigger scale, that we probably wouldn't see them, but we can ask the rock experts. Let me investigate.
This almost looks to me like the ice would have like those little rocks in it, and it was just
Maybe
like
Rachel,
scratching.
slow down a bit
Yeah,
so
that's
we can
definitely
avoid
like erosion marks, right? Just that ice moves from the sheer flow of that like ice against this bottom topography. It like scratched into this rock and stuff as it was retreating.
Hey Phil, you have our.
Oh, there's
main
a
picture up
oaf
there, right?
party.
Sorry, what?
You have our main view from the sub, don't you?
Yeah, I do see what you guys are doing. I was also looking at the ROV to launch recovery at 123 meters right now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, look at that line of urchins. Yeah.
But yeah, we still have to come a bit to port to dodge that next iceberg.
Port. So we have to pass our turn. Okay.
Anna, are you ready for your science talk today?
Yes. I'm prepared.
Excellent.
Because of you.
Is that a big polychaete, another scale worm?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
No, I think. Go ahead and zoom in. I'm wondering if it's a decorated sea cucumber.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a-
Oh, it is, but it's decorated with the scales.
with this, the
Scales
shell.
and scallop shells and
Everything
Wow.
they found.
yeah,
You can see
brachiopods.
some shell
How
there.
does it attach all these things to its jelly?
Double-sided tape, I think.
Good question.
We'll have to ask Professor Sea Cucumber.
What is that?
I don't know, she was here just a minute ago, but she seems to have left. This is,
Yeah, we can go ahead and
I
continue.
mean,
oh, nice. And there's a little prawn, Patricia's dinner. So Anna, I think I'm gonna stay on in here for a bit after our shift.
and you are not coming to visit
I
my
am
son?
coming to your science talk, but you have to text me once they finish the rest of the meeting, and then I'll come for the science talk, because this area is geologically very interesting, and
Okay.
there's no geologist in next shift, so I'm just gonna continue logging for
No way.
extra whatever till maybe 5 o'clock or something. Like I imagine there'll be science update first. So text me quickly. I'm talking.
You are running and don't run.
I'll
You said
sprint.
don't run.
So yeah, this waypoint I think is supposed to be that we're coming up on is supposed to be the shallowest point. 231 meters right now. And the estimated shallow point is around 222 meters. It's probably the closest we've been in a while on the dive estimates. At least during my shift. Maybe other shifts have been closer, but ours have often been 50 to 100 meters off. We're seeing this other sea star quite frequently now, that kind of orangish one. Still seeing cup corals and kind of flower-like sponges.
And loads of beautiful rocks. I'm afraid today's log is going to be polluted by rock observations.
Now you know how to make sure they stand out in the in the initial reports. Oh, whoop, there's a pink rock. Pink rocks.
And the fish?
If we have time, yeah.
Oh, Professor Fish. Oh, he might still be asleep, but that's a nice looking fish.
Yeah, we'll collect one of these pink rocks here.
Yeah, he had last night a surprise fish that Jess found on the ROV when they were preparing it for the dive, because he did cameras all night. And then I think he had his ROV shift, but then, yeah, there was this surprise fish. Oh, that is
Yeah,
beautiful. I think we should try to suck this one up.
We tried earlier and epically failed.
Challenge. Fishing challenge. Deep water fishing challenge.
If it's still around after the rock collection, I think it's on the move. I don't think we can give it a go. And if we have time.
These rocks are gonna go into rock basket?
Yeah, we'll put in rock. We can put in rock basket. We can do it on the rock basket on the arm. I don't know what they're doing.
We very much just enjoyed that joke about the sea cucumber / sea pickle. Thank you.
All the Eastern Europeans approve of this recipe.
Yes, exactly. There's currently 2 in the room.
Zach's got one in mind.
Oh yeah.
Choose you.
Oh, you're not going for the nice big one.
He's hoping you'll give him a piece.
Zach doesn't mess around. He just gets the biggest rock.
So you can share a piece with that.
I'll get Professor Rock to get the saw out later on the deck if anyone's still around. Wants to watch some rock sewing. Feels very kind of hardcore.
That one's nice. This one is really nice. I like the texture on it.
And there's a little sea star if anyone does, and the worm.
Like a fortune cookie.
Amazing.
I think this one's actually different, right?
I think
you
it
guys,
looks
it's-
different to me, but I'm an amateur.
But it might actually be one of those black metamorphic ones, but with the very big like manganese overgrowth in it,
Yeah.
like all the kind of browny stuff, which in itself would be quite interesting.
$225 Yeah, that can go in the outer basket. One on the arm.
Rock basket.
Which one?
The one on the arm.
So is that 1 or 2?
One, right? One or two?
They're not on the arm. You know what I mean.
One?
One, yeah. Rock box. Correct.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
Basket. One.
Okay, did you want more than one or
Awesome,
just
thank
one?
you.
No,
I think
just the one is sufficient, thank you.
Is that fish still around or you gone?
I think it's gone.
It was a nice looking fish.
Yeah, we had a nice looking fish earlier and it was not having it. And they tried another one just before our shift started too. Not having it. Ooh, can we zoom in really quick on that oaf right there?
This shallow dive has got quite a lot of interesting things on the deck shoe, right?
It does. Like, yeah, we've seen things that we haven't seen before. I mean, I'm a fan of working at this depth because I think you always see really interesting things. And the community can change quite rapidly with depth. So, awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Actually, can you do me a favor and zoom in on that rock right up there? Okay, now it looks like the same as what we just collected. Okay, thanks. I think. Yeah, we're good. We can continue transiting then. Transect mode. Man, I'm already getting hungry and it's like an hour and a half, almost 2 hours until dinner.
I've just had breakfast, but I was really sad today actually, because normally my cabin mate, she leaves me breakfast if I don't make it to actual breakfast. Because sometimes I go to breakfast before I go to bed. But today, she was very tired because she was analysing samples for the CTD last night till late, so she didn't go to breakfast. And I came to breakfast or / lunch or whatever to the mess. And I looked in the fridge and there was no box for me. So then I was like, what do I do? So then I just had a triple espresso and came to the control room.
This feature's nice.
Oh yeah, there is sandwiches, but I don't know, it's, yeah, there's still stuff to eat, that's for sure, but I was just sad. I was expecting like a breakfast box, and when you just waking up, you're a bit tired and you don't know what to do, there's no breakfast, so then I just left.
Sponge.
Well, tomorrow in the meeting, they're like, well, we gotta have it a little early. We don't understand why. We're almost out of
I had too many dinners. Did too much core extruding. The dinner was required. So for anyone on chat wondering what we're talking about with core extruding, is basically these push cores we collect using the ROV. So sometimes you see them at the front of the camera angle. Those ones, all the equipment is reusable. So if we want to keep the sediment, we essentially have to take it out or extrude it out of these tubes from the ROV. Put it somewhere depending on our purposes and what we're doing with it for research, and then we return all the equipment back to ROV so it can be mounted back on for the next dive. Get loads of cores, then it takes quite a while to process, and you have to, which can sometimes be a bit physically demanding as well, depending how sort of vacuumed they get into the tube.
Which one of those you want to go look at here?
Yeah, let's look at that one and then at this one too, if we have time before we get pulled by the ship. So give some nice zooms so we can see the diagnostic characters on them. Looks like they're buffering at home again.
There's loads of sea stars in this area actually. I think
Yeah.
until just now I haven't seen any of these big fat ones at all in any of the previous dives. I mean, I know there were, but they were much rarer. I guess I kept missing them by into my shift.
Rock here definitely has sort of an Irish color, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
ROV bridge.
Go ahead.
Here, at some point on the way to waypoint 20, we'll have to move another 50 meters or so to port side. There is an iceberg just between us and waypoint 20 now.
Okay.
Yeah, copy that. We just follow you.
This is a very beautiful sea star.
Can we change the zoom a little bit to focus in here?
You want to see his tips?
I mean the focus to change focus in there. See, I told you, brain slow.
Sounds like you need some rest, Erin.
I think I might be like
Is it like a little crab next to the other sea star?
It's an oaf on top of.
So I don't think it's the rock, I think it's just that, like, I don't think of Grace on that. Looked like, you know, the one we picked, it was kind of probably still black with this reddish kind of, oh, it might be like some iron as well. Maybe this is a reducing environment, I don't know. I guess we will find out from you in the skin bottles.
We're just getting some nice wide shots at the top of this feature here.
How are we doing with the sample collection? We still got some space in bioboxes, I see.
Yeah.
And the coral cleavers.
Yeah, we got quite a few coral clovers left, like 8 of them.
Oh, and a couple of the suction boxes things. So, Erin, have you heard about the schedule for this evening? Do you think we'll be doing another dive on our shift tonight?
Last time I checked, it hadn't updated after like, I don't know, like 11 o'clock tonight or something. There was an ROV for CTD, and I haven't seen anything after that.
Okay.
So.
I think there was some gravity cores, so maybe there'll be...
Yeah, that's right, in a gravity core. I did see one gravity core.
I think there was one before and one after, but then that probably will end fairly early, so I'm just wondering whether they're going to do another dive, that we might be back online tonight.
Hopefully we'll find out at the science meeting.
Yeah, I mean, they mentioned, someone mentioned that maybe they will add the extra point.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, this dive? You think they'll do longer?
I don't know, someone said that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we can go ahead and start transecting again.
The actual waypoints. Oh, okay, you see,
They have...
already,
And the next dive potentially is around 4 a.m. That's not a CTV dive.
The actual dive, yeah, that's what we're wondering. Actual dive.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we might not have our imminent shift again if it's around 4, or they'll wake us up for it if it goes down early.
Bridge, ROV, we're gonna start heading northeast and just let us know if we need a chainsaw.
That Larry said, you know, this one is still going on to around 8, this dive?
As far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Yeah. And then,
Because every day I have this problem. I wake up in the middle of the day and then I turn on the TV, and then I see that the schedule has been changed whilst I'm asleep, and I have to like jump out of like the top bunk, army style, fall onto the floor, run to the espresso machine and the cigarette area, and then I'm ready for work.
Nice one. Oh, that's a cool looking sponge coming up. Interesting texture.
Is this like a different species? The texture looks very kind of wavy.
We've seen some that look very similar to this earlier in the dive, and we did a nice little glamour shot on it. If we have time, can we stop and do another glamour shot? Are the lasers on right now? Why do I keep losing them in this?
Need to track them out in here.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sure if we sit down, Alex will come back in. But I think it's a pretty cool one with if you sit right, I think you'll have like it against the black water background. Nice.
How old do you think the sponge is, Erin?
I don't know. It's good size. I think it's
Not more than 50 or 100 years.
yeah, apparently. And I'm gonna say my best guess would be decades, but with the productivity here, maybe they grow faster. So I don't know.
But I think it's really cool because you don't necessarily appreciate it unless you know that these things could be like 100 years old. This thing, it's crazy.
All right, great. You can go ahead and take the lasers off and glamour shot it.
How
Roger. Yeah, I'll try to make that move, but possibly at some point we'll have to interrupt and
Wow.
go to port a bit more.
I guess stuff in Antarctica grows really slowly as well, right? In comparison to like equatorial areas. Oh, this is a very cool shot. You can see like
Yeah.
the spicules.
It's amazing.
Wow.
No. No, I don't know what he's talking
Texture zoom in.
about. Not a clue.
Alex used my message.
So are sponges animals as well?
Mm-hmm. Yep, they're filter feeders.
Is it a colony of animals or an animal?
It's an animal, not a colony.
Single animal. So it's a single sponge.
Mm-hmm. Alex
That's a
is on
very
his way.
big boy.
Animals, mate.
At least I took his response to my message to me. He's on the way.
A sponge present for you, Alex.
Beautiful.
Oh, Professor Fish is awake. He sent Elvis lives that we did not collect the fish.
Little shrimp. Little shrimp there. You know, I don't know why these brittle stars this species looks like this. Oh, shrimp came into this. Look.
Shrimp volcano.
Shrimp came out.
Volcano.
Happy?
Super happy.
It is a fish. You want to try and suck him up?
Let's see what Tom has to say. I mean, Tom's almost gonna be on shift pretty soon, so
10 minutes.
Yeah,
Professor Fish will be with you.
Yeah, I think Tom will have a better idea of which fish are important to collect. I know some he has enough of already, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case,
Yep, we can go ahead and continue transecting. Awesome, thank you. Transect mode. One more. Or get one more for Alex and then transect.
So I think we've just reached, we're probably at the...
And the summit, yeah, we're at 2.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Let's see. Okay.
darn, focus.
It looks like we're at the top of this mountain. I guess that's why I was wondering that we're not going to get much shallower than this. So we basically did some mapping that day and found this underwater mountain, and I thought this is a perfect place to do
Alright.
a dive.
Transect mode, lasers on. Yeah, it looks like we reached the summit around 215 meters or so. 214 meters.
22 is the shallowest. Oh, so we're going to get a bit more shallower still.
Yeah, okay, with the new waypoints that they added. Or am I missing a page on my sheet?
These looks like it actually goes
I have
back
that one.
down again.
Yeah. Oh, okay, 222. I thought you were saying waypoint 22. Yeah, no, we went shallower than that because we were just at that waypoint. So again, the estimates on here aren't precise. They're not exact to what it is.
You
All right.
notice about this is where there's no squatties.
Yeah.
What's
So
on squatties?
yeah, I heard someone was telling me the other day that they actually don't like polar. So yeah, it's just a little too cold, I guess. Yeah, I know. We always see squatties. They're everywhere. So.
They're all glaring at you from some little hole.
And there's all the rock here, you would think, yeah. But I'm guessing it's a temperature thing, but maybe not. Maybe it's they evolved somewhere else and never, made it. I don't know.
Or does I really like the little swole squatties you see walking around?
I like the hairy ones.
Sorry, I did put my arms down. Just working out.
And the others are like
Professor
really
Thomas,
scrawny
Professor
arms,
Fish is
super
in the
long.
room ready for his shift to catch some fish.
This is cool terrain.
It is cool terrain.
Oh, look at the marks on the system.
Is that big mollusk there?
Where
Really? Wow. That
Oh
is
no, yeah, let's
huge.
zoom in on it, yeah.
No.
Oh,
What is it?
is that a mollusk? It's
Right.
a with shell. You see the shell here?
Oh yeah.
But now what's
Follow where you go.
Alright, I'll take a move about 50 meters to port side.
It
Shall
looks,
also go 50 meters to port.
yeah, there's probably an enemy there out, like the same species.
Is that a different color on that boulder over there? That guy.
Yeah, that it looks like something living on it, maybe.
This is that one.
I think it's a sponge.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a sponge with long spicules coming out of it.
This is a sponge?
Yeah. Cool. Yep, that's cool. Go to the. I think we're gonna be going down slope as we move in that direction.
As soon as you're far enough to
Yeah,
port, you can
I
start
think
going
that's gonna
more
take
north,
us
and we'll just follow along as well.
Down slope. By the
Yeah,
looks
no
of it.
problem. There's just one iceberg to dodge. There's maybe 200 meters astern of us, and we need some time to get out of its way.
Alright, yeah, so we have an iceberg we're going to avoid here, so we're going to be going off our track for a little bit. It's going to take us a bit downslope. The benefit to that, I think, is we're going to end up coming back upslope to get back on the transect line later, so hopefully we'll see some more interesting things. It's been really interesting coming up to this local summit here of this feature. I think it's the lowest or near lowest point on this feature, the shallowest point. We have the other ships starting to come in, so we'll be doing a change in the next few minutes. And in our group today. There's myself, Anna Easton, Anna, Maritza, and Sveta. Sveta's going to stick around for a little bit and help with geology observations. Then we've got Tom, Pedro, and Gina coming in.
Professor Fish, Professor Cockroach, and Master Gina are in the room.
Cool. So I'll start passing over the information to Tom. So again, you'll be hearing some noise in the background as we're repositioning and moving around. But again, we're going down slope, so the view might not be so great for the next little bit as we're in position to be in a safe position to avoid the iceberg.
Yes, but no nuts.
We still have 8 spots for corals. We still have biobox. We did get a rock. It was kind of the reddish one. We're starting to look for more of those like igneous volcanic pink rocks, but this one is pink, but it's like a darker reddish color, rusty looking. And they added more waypoints, so after this, they're already in the system and added, I think. So we are now going offline because of an iceberg, and so we're going to be going kind of like you can see we're going to be going down slope, so we'll have to come back up slope to get back to waypoint 20. Which I think will be interesting to go back up slope again and see things. We saw some interesting fish, but we tried a couple, and so they're quick. But I thought one was like slow, and like I had to watch the video and it came and like just like repositioned with the current and like popped down. We're like, oh, that looks like it should be. We can suction it. We went to go suction. It was like, like, oh, okay, never mind. So, but you'll know better. So yeah, that's pretty much it. There's only one Niskin bottle left, so I think that's reserved until we're coming.
Okay, is that
Yeah.
the one, the CTD one?
Yeah, I think that one's going to be reserved to the end. But pretty sure that's going to be reserved before we leave the bottom.
Right.
So that's it, that's there. And then we've already done the sea pigs. And we have 3 replica species of coral for today for this.
Okay.
If you see more of the mushroom coral, you can collect one of them. That's the one that has silky fringes, the silverest one that's
Right up on them.
one of those is we haven't gotten one from this dive yet. We were seeing it earlier, but not later.
Yeah.
So we'll move to do some listening before we leave. Is it done?
Keep the momentum
Shopping,
going.
transecting, and there's still rocks. They want rocks still.
Oh, they're obvious. There's 30.
I'm just going to do it for like now, maybe. Just go, a message in the chat. I was just saying because it looks geologically interesting. Those guys, geologists are going to stay for
Fine detailed logs.
So Professor Fish is going to now tell us all about every fish we see. And Professor Cockroach is going to be really on the lookout for those cockroaches today. I'm staying.
What?
For rock logging. You want the...
Sure.
You don't want the commentator?
What about the Benjamin?
Just do all the samples. You guys don't have geologists, so we want some logs on the Specimen rocks.
Hello, my name is Pedro Martinez. I am a marine biologist from Spain, working in Germany at the Senckenberg Institute, and I will be here with you for the next 2 hours, commenting on what we can see at the seafloor. Lots of marine snow in the water. We are at the top of a hill, about 242 meters, and we see a lot of drop stones that are colonized by meiofauna. Oh, very nice jellyfish now in the water.
Pedro, have you found many cockroaches in this dive?
hello everyone on the stream. We've just had our shift change on the science party. I am Tom Lindley. I'm a fish person from the Museum of New Zealand, Papatonga Wera. And welcome to the dive. Or welcome to us, I guess. You guys are still here.
We're now performing a visual transect and annotating all the fauna that we can see. There are huge anemones here to the left in the screen, wonderful ones. Of course, every piece of hard substrate is colonized by meiofauna. We see anemones, we see sponges, brachiopods, some polychaetes. Sediment samples has been taken. I think that we still can take one of these sediment bags when we find a suitable place. At the moment, we are a little bit sailing away from an iceberg. Therefore, we're a little bit quick.
We're shallower than we've been at a lot of the other sites, and it's interesting to see we've gone into the negative temperatures now. So this is, as far as I'm aware, one of the coldest dives we've done.
There were some questions about temperature earlier.
The water temperatures, they are colder at the surface because, of course, the air temperature can be much lower than the water temperature. So the water gets cold at the surface, ice is building. And in the deep sea, here we had about 1.2 degrees, and here in 200 meters we are in negative degrees.
Good afternoon. Just stopping and slowing down our sideways move now, and I'll start heading astern towards the northeast.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and if you guys want to drop the waypoint where you'd like me to head to once I've just got past these couple of icebergs.
Roger that.
Sounds like the bridge has completed most of its maneuver. This is a complex operation anyway. We've got a vehicle way down below tethered to a vessel that's trying to keep track of it. But we've also got the added issue of areas of ice moving around. We've got sea ice, which tends to be wind driven. That's ice that forms on the water surface. We've also got the icebergs, which have broken off from the ice shelf, which are formed from compacted snow in general, and they tend to be tidally driven. So even though we've got loads of obstacles at the surface, because some are driven by wind because they sit right on the surface, and some are driven by current because they have the huge, the iceberg from the motivational poster. They've got 3/4 of them below the water. So they tend to be current driven. So even as you're dodging these obstacles, they're moving in different directions at different rates. So it's a complex operation. And when the vessel says it's got to dodge, we dodge. So we're rejoining our transect now.
It's a great description.
Hey Jason, is that gonna work for you, that updated position?
Yeah, I think so. I've just got one berg on the starboard beam now, and another one following it. So I'll just aim to go around the second one, and then we should be good.
Roger that. Yeah, just I know you're dodging incoming. If whenever you get a chance, just follow the line. We'll just follow wherever you go. Stay on your starboard side.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Here we see one of these big sea stars.
They look like a toy, they look cuddly.
And they can get also huge. They can get even bigger than that.
I think we saw a couple on our shift just out of.
They really stand out. They don't feel like the rest of the fauna.
Just turning these. Cool.
So we're turning back towards our waypoint, which was an elevated area, so now we're going to climb our way back up again. And approaching from this side, it looks at least to be much steeper.
There is a question in the chat if the big sea star that we saw belongs to Macrofauna. I think so. It looks at least, we have not collected them here, but from the morphology and the coloration, it looks like that species, which have been described also from other parts of the Antarctica. And I think that even up to New Zealand. Here we saw also some brachiopods and brittle stars, some bryozoans at the bottom of this wonderful sponge, and it's a crinoid climbing on the top. Many of these organisms here, they are filter feeders, so it's convenient for them to get attached to something that is a little bit elevated, because the currents directly, oh, look at this wonderful anemone. So they get better access to drifting particles if they are a little bit elevated, so they climb on sponges or on rocks and stay there for filtering. Very nice anemone, wonderful. And there's a very small fish on top.
I've noticed familiar fish, but a lot smaller here as we're shallower, so I wonder if this elevated area is a bit of a nursery ground.
Mm-hmm.
You see that quite often in the deep sea. At the seamounts, you'll get a lot of juveniles of the deeper living deep sea fish. You've got to sort of graduate into the deeper areas once you've put on some size. So yeah, I think these are familiar species from the other sides, but they're juveniles.
The big thing?
I think that we...
No, the fish. The fish I'm seeing in the background.
If it helps, this area would have been really recently covered by ice because it's so shallow, like the ice would have actually been on the bedrock, so I think this whole area is just being colonized now, or like very more recently than the deeper dives we did.
That's interesting. We're not really collecting anemones on this expedition, but yeah, there's loads of juveniles. But I only recently learned that it's quite tricky, because usually you put them in the preservative and they just scrunch up into this big meaty ball, and it's impossible to ID it, so it's not useful as a museum specimen, because you can't see any of the diagnostic characters. So for those, you have to relax them before you preserve them, and apparently menthol is how you do that. So a few menthol crystals, and it relaxes all of the crown, and all the tentacles open up, and then you can see the things you need to see to tell what species it is. So a little bit of a complex process, but yeah, a lot of collected sea anemones, unless you do the genetics, they just look like a meaty blob, and there's not much to go on to identify what it was, especially once all the colour's gone as well.
It is more convenient to be in more shallow waters here at the top of some hills, because you have much more access to food that is coming from the water column, so they get more food here. Here is the water colder, but it's also better oxygenated. Here we are, our indication here is 61% oxygen saturation in the water. In the deep sea at 1,000 meters we had something around 51% and 1.5 degrees water temperature. But here it's also risky. I mean, we are now at 250 meters. We are getting in a depth zone where big iceberg could strand. And then, of course, they create a massive disturbance of the seabed, or they get anchored on some tips of hills, and this is, of course, not so convenient for the fauna living there.
Erin asked that we keep an eye out for the mushroom corals, so I might need to rely on you to help me spot those.
They have seen this during this dive?
I think so. I think they mentioned previous replicates. I think I'd get there in the end with the ID, but there's a rapid fire element to these transects. You don't just need to be able to recognize and ID things, you need to be able to recognize and ID them fast enough to give the pilots a chance of braking in time. Once we've been transiting along for a while, we've gathered a fair bow wave behind us, especially if we're moving quickly. So when you bring the vehicle to a stop, for a start, it's difficult to come to a stop, but also that bow wave, that water you've gathered behind you, then catches up with you and blasts the thing you're trying to collect. So we just make these horrible, unreasonable demands of a vehicle the size of a minibus, hundreds of meters below the water. Chat's asking why animals tend to lose their colour when we preserve them. It's part of the preservative. Unfortunately, we haven't there's a couple of new preservatives coming online that don't wash out the colour quite so much, but that's why it's really important to take fresh photographs. Certainly with the fishes, they often end up quite bleached and sort of pale looking, so it's really important to get a fresh photo with a colour reference in the shot so that you know what the natural coloration looks like. And sometimes you can see it happening in real time. There's some dragonets which beautiful, and males at least have beautiful bright yellow dorsal fins, and it washes off like paint when you put them in the preservative, which is a shame.
This looks like a huge sponge, black one coming on. Oh yeah, that's a black sponge.
I've not seen one that colour.
Unusual. Maybe we take a photo. And we see a lot of shells from some clams. There's some crinoids climbing on the sponge. And we see also some polyp here. This is an invelula. It's a coral. Now we have here some outcrops on the top of the hill. And sea star.
Is it on?
It's on now.
I can't hear myself on that.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
In the headphones?
I think so.
No.
Another of these black sponges.
We've not seen them anywhere else,
No.
I don't think.
Can you hear me? Maybe I'll start commenting on some more rocks now I've been unsilenced.
Yeah, can you tell us what's going on here? This looks very different terrain.
Yeah, well, so the reason I'm still sat in the room was actually because you guys don't have a geologist on shift, and it's very interesting. So this mountain obviously is quite shallow, so it would have been what's called a kind of like a pinning point for glaciers that retreated. So the ice would have been directly actually attached to this kind of hill that we're at, this topographic high now, very recently, and kind of receded or retreated around this high. So some of the bedrock we're seeing here sticking out is all kind of eroded in and cut through by the movement of those glaciers, which kind of move like a flow, so a bit like a liquid, although they're very solid, and from the sheer strength they create all these shapes. And this area would have been probably completely covered by ice only like 50 to 100 years ago, so we're hoping we're going to be able to process some of the samples we've collected from the cruise and check out like satellite data and mapping and give a better estimate of exactly when it would have been covered by ice. But I suspect a lot of the biology here maybe is like more colonized, more modern than some of the stuff we saw in the previous dives, you know, the deeper sort of 1,000 meters depth and such.
Which is interesting to know, because these are large, mature-looking sponges, and we think that the glass sponges grow very slowly.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't know how old are these ones.
Well, I would have gone up to the decades, but it's not been uncovered that long, has it?
Oh, it could be like 50 years.
Okay.
Oh, maybe. So maybe they just started growing as soon as it got uncovered. But one thing one could do is if you take push cores from a shallow side, for example, like from around here, the lowest layer you find foraminiferans, so you'd assume that's when open marine conditions started, and you radiocarbon date them so you can try and tell exactly when the area became uncovered by ice. I think we sampled quite deep the push cores on this dive, right around, it was like 700, 800 meters or something.
Yeah, it was the start of the dive. It's about 12 hours ago.
I don't know if we plan to come back and sample in this very shallow area, but I'd actually suggest, like, I would personally say it's quite interesting.
We've got a full complement of push cores, so we're full at the moment, but yeah, maybe we'll pop back here. I know there's a couple of gravity cores planned.
Indeed, but those we shall not be deploying in the shallow bit.
Not in the shallow pinnacles of mountains?
No, I don't think so. So the thing is with gravity core, it's kind of a single point, and you kind of have one chance. You just chuck this really heavy thing overboard, essentially, off a winch. And hence the name gravity core. It just goes in on its own by gravity.
It's a giant lawn dart. They were meant to be banned in the 90s.
But essentially, it's like we have a 3-meter barrel here on board. We actually have 2 3-meter barrels, but we've only been using one because if you imagine if that hits a rock and bends, then your gravity core is broken and you don't have another one, which is why we've only used one barrel at a time. So in case one breaks, we've still got a second one. Especially in this area, there's so much exposed bedrock, and like even if you just hit a big drop stone, you know, a meter in the sediment, and then the thing just breaks. So far we've been really lucky. We've recovered some 4-meter gravity cores, which are like exceptional. But you know, here I don't imagine the sediment accumulation is that high. You know, we can see this bedrock keeps sticking out and stuff, so it's like on off, I guess, depending on where your current directions are and stuff, and that sediment being kind of dumped as the ice retreats. Like when the ice moves over a continent, it tends to like entrain sediment and pebbles and everything into the flow, into the interior of the glacier. And then as that becomes ice shelf and icebergs, eventually that like carves off and dumps all this material back into the sea, and that's where you get all the sediment coming in.
You see very good this all greenish material on the top of the sediment. This is quite a recent deposited phytoplankton from the surface. This is of course food of much better quality than if you go deeper and you get more of the carcasses and remains of other organisms from the plankton. We have a couple of these brownish black sponges. We have never seen them in other dives. So they seem to be a new type of sponge that we are discovered here on the top of the hill. And all the shells that we see at the bottom, this could also be brachiopod shells indeed, rather than mollusk clams.
Tom,
Yo.
can I make a request before we leave the hill?
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be right now. If we collect a rock from the top of the
Okay.
topographic pedestal at some point.
Keep-
But we've been on the lookout, so you see these black metamorphic rocks, we've got quite a few of those now already. So
You're after the redder ones, aren't you? The
yeah,
pinks and
or
the
like
reds.
anything that looks different, basically, on these black rocks, if anyone spots one. And generally, I've been collecting like smaller ones, you know, that are like 10 centimeters max.
Yeah.
'Cause
We
I
brought
really
some
don't
big
think
ones
we
back.
need to fill up the fridge room with massive rocks for Professor Rock. I know he loves a rock, but
Would you still want, even if it is one of the
Yeah, if we
metamorphics,
don't-
you'd still want one from here? Not.
yeah, I think one
Yeah.
from just the top of the hill. If we don't see any before we start descending, just pick up a small black one.
Okay, we're still climbing towards the apex, but if you see a good claw-sized rock, you shout out.
Yeah, and we also can take a sediment back.
Oh yeah. How many of those do we have left? I think we've got one left.
Yeah.
I think this is definitely a nursery ground for the fish.
Yeah. We have seen a number of these, I don't know how to describe this, these little holes in the sediment. Yeah, that we
Huge
don't know.
crinoid.
Yeah, huge crinoid on sponge. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful ones.
A filter feeding relative of the sea stars. And good swimmers.
We don't have any sponge experts on board right now, right?
Sponge familiar, I'd say. But no, maybe not specialists. Sponges are incredibly difficult anyway because they can grow whatever shape they like. You've often got to look at the spicules under a microscope because these big vase-like forms, the same species, can sometimes form a crust or a sort of layer. They can really, really vary in their shape. So it can be very hard to ID from images. I think this might be the apex now. Do you want to take a secchi tour here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that a nice spot we can round around?
Yeah. Stop the old ship's keeping. Bridge ROV, can we slowly come to an old stop?
Understood, coming to an all stop.
Any preferred terrain?
Just
anywhere.
Just some nice sediment, I think.
Yes.
Might be deeper on this side. Yeah.
I think there's definitely more sediment on the right of that rock, because can you see on the left, it looks like quite a thin layer of that exposed rock.
Right in here?
Would you
A little bit further.
pivot the vehicle to the right? Do you think it's deeper there?
Who's analysing the Sakitos in our science party?
Yeah, I think it's going to be around here. Yeah.
So Pedro, are you guessing the Sakitos?
Well, the biologists are taking some samples from
Right.
macrofauna, and I guess that they are taking a subsample from meiofauna and others for macrofauna.
Okay.
While that we're coming to a stop, that's a good palm-sized rock there with a bonus coral. What do you reckon?
Which one?
Just right in the centre of the view now.
Oh, with the coral thing?
Yeah.
Maybe if we could just zoom in that.
Okay, get both at the same time. You get a brachiopod and maybe a brittle star. It's a tiny rock, but it's a real grab bag. Something for everyone there.
Yeah, I think that could be, because then we don't have to stop again.
It's looking quite porous, actually. It might be all the life on it.
But is it definitely rock? Because we've had that before when it was like porous.
You've been
something.
tricked.
Yes, we have been tricked. There was one night when I was feeling very hungry for rocks. We collected 7 on my shift. I was quite pleased.
What do you reckon, Petra? I'd say that's a rock. I don't think that's old
Yeah,
sponge.
I think it is rock, yeah.
Professional opinion.
Yes, rock.
For those who rock.
Well, technically we now have Professor Rock on board, but that is not me. I'm Dr. Extruder. At your services.
Has he got a little green... Is that a sponge or a sea squirt at the top? We've got old tube worms, we've got a brittle star, a brachiopod.
Ben, do you think we can sample the rock without smashing the shell so I can have that brachiopod intact?
See, the brachiopod.
There's the big shell stick thing on the right.
So you want the brachiopod
And the rock.
and the rock. When I pick this rock up, I'm gonna drop in a box that might be that, but I can suction this to slow suction this to a jar.
Yes.
So let's do that.
Well, I'd ask Tom because he's the lead, but...
We have a fairly full house. I think suction sampler 7 is the only empty chamber.
Oh, you don't have to put it in empty because I think they sucked me up some brachiopods earlier, so you can go and say
Or I
one.
can put this in a quiver too.
Will you not want to know the location?
Actually, I do want to know this one. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
you don't
from
want it
the
to
high,
mix up with the
yeah.
others.
Put it in the quiver. And beat it up.
Yeah, we got some
Quiver shot.
some open quivers. Yeah, I don't think we're going to fill those in the rest of the dive.
These. To this. Six. Quiver 6.
Yep. Yeah, let's go for it.
Let's go for it.
Thank you.
Alright. Kick your right hand all the way down there.
And look at the rock that he's really
The RV is pretty much covered in sampling devices. So these are what we've been calling the coral quivers. They're tall, thin containers which are good for long, thin things. But since we're approaching the end of the dive, we've got a fairly full house here, so we're going to have to improvise and use whatever storage space we've got. We have these coral quivers on the far left. Then in the middle we have a lot of the bio boxes, which are these large containers with the hydraulic lids, which you have to be careful what you put in there actually. You can put things together, but there are things that like to escape, and they had a scallop famously escape fairly recently. And then in front of that and around it are all of the push cores, so all of our sediment samples, including some longer ones. We've got some more coral quivers on the right, and then on the very far right we've got a couple of baskets which hold some spare tools like the scoop and the fish net, the sediment collecting sacks, the saquitos, and they're good for just putting rocks in as well, because rocks don't fight, they don't mind sharing. And then finally we've got the suction sampler, which is like this hoover on the far right, and that empties out into a rosary of chambers. There's 8 chambers in total, so it's not a one-shot thing. We've got like a revolver barrel that empties into, that we can select, so we can slurp up things with that. And it's pretty good for more fragile things. It's good for slurping up fish that tend to get away quite quickly.
Oh no, my shell.
It comes with the rock.
This is precision.
Pick up the little rock. Looks like it. What do you want to do? Oh man, I don't want to shake it because it's gonna
Yeah. What do you reckon? We try and gently lower it into a buy box?
Yeah, and then just see what happens.
I mean,
guess.
it's on there good and tight.
Yeah, it's very attached, isn't it?
Yeah. We will go. Do you guys have a preference for buy box?
Um,
We go full. Probably not that thing. Be a tight squeeze. Depends on what you guys want. You want to try quiver, or you want to pop in the box?
Do you think we would? Yeah, we would lose that structure mounted on top. No, it looks about the right size, doesn't it?
Quiver it is.
Let's give it a try.
You don't put the full rock.
Yeah, since it's all attached, I was going to go for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just gonna push in slow, see it close
That brachiopods are really holding on. But this does mean that it'll be facing up as it drops into the container, so that should protect
I
it.
hope so. So what was this dive number again?
We 788.
Thank you.
Straight up or out?
That is really on there.
That's a tough shell.
Quite surprised
Oh.
they're normally very delicate.
Still there.
Half of it.
If you got cracked it.
I think yeah, but the other half is still there, so that's okay.
So I'm just gonna grab the
Yeah, grab the handle.
That'll roll.
We've got two different manipulators, one on the other side of the vehicle, and that's good for sort of range of motion and being able to reach from both sides, but there is a difference in the setup of the claws. This is our gentle one. It's got these soft pads on the inside of the claw. It's good for delicately plucking things like this. And there's also a cutting blade you can just see on the bottom there. You see that blade on the left, and then on the right is the pad that it meets, and that is really good for pruning and just snipping bits off corals and sponges. So there is a bit of a division of labour between the manipulator claws.
That's broke on this.
I'm broke there too. Breaking everything. Sorry. I'm just gonna grab the rock.
Yeah, we'll definitely grab the rock.
Yeah, first nobody wanted to go through, now everybody.
Now they all left together.
What a fickle rock you've got there. Mercury of that.
On these shallower sites, if we come to a stop, the lights begin to attract mice. Oh, they are mysids actually, but I think these are krill. They obviously quite like the lights. So the longer we stay, the bigger our fan club gets.
Vertical on it too. Inside is not.
I think we're gonna have to get
Oh no, the shell is gone. It's still there.
We'll just get you a new one. Is that what we do?
Sort of on it,
What do you reckon? Do you want to just shop again? Find another rock?
I think we should just put the rock in the basket, but the other stuff I think we can
Yeah.
add in maybe.
Yeah, we'll,
See that thing go?
if we prioritise the rock, if that's possible.
Because then you don't have to put it in the quiver top as well if it's just the rock. Just check
Yep.
it in the basket.
Yeah, it could go in buy box too.
I'm gonna prioritize the rock.
Yes.
I'm just gonna drop it.
Just to ask them to scratch a little bit of the seal, just to have a rough estimation of how thick certain cover is here. Because they already have the slenders, right? In the sediment.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try and do a bag of sediments.
Right here, just to have a rough estimation of how deep they can scratch to get to the bedrock.
Okay. I mean, they can hear you, so maybe we can.
Yeah.
Are you assessing it?
So it is like it's at least this much.
Сейчас они там, она будет топ делать, я тогда подойду туда, можешь сюда этого Андреса пришлем, я просто хочу послушать, потом могу вернуться. Напиши мне там смс, когда она выдала топ. That rock today has been very tricky.
This is one of the most elusive rocks.
I just wanted to follow the mud now.
Is this a predator defense? Is this how it avoids getting eaten by larger rocks?
Tom, Sasha was wondering if once we've dealt with the rock and if when we do Sakito, whether we can try and like scratch the sediment to see how deep it is, because we really want to know on this like top of mountain here, you know, with this exposed bedrock, just to see whether we have any kind of device, because we think it's probably not deeper, you said, than like 20-30 centimeters. So if we have
Okay.
any opportunity to just give it a bit of a like scratch.
Yeah, we could, we'll have a look when we get the Sakito, but we could also use the scoop as well.
Yeah, exactly. So like, and we could even maybe see under Sakito just like how, yeah.
Yeah, let's explore that. Is this area okay? Would you like to?
Yeah, this area, exactly, yeah.
Because it seems hugely varied. But yeah, it'll
this
give
is
us an
what this
idea.
area is what we're interested in, this like topographic height.
Nice. Could you hold it in front of the camera a little bit and give it a glory twirl? And I mean, we can tell it apart in the same container. And then that could go in BioBox 2B.
I do love how the rocks now occupy one of the bioboxes.
I know, encroaching on that territory.
They're like, nope, thank you biology, it's rock-o-clock.
Some nice colours in there. Is that just where something was attached, do you
I
think?
think it looks like, yeah, manganese overgrowth. They
Yeah,
see that,
crust.
like, crust, yeah, the kind of reddy, darker colour, and then the middle, yeah, it's probably that beginning of it, and then something attached. Maybe it was even that brachiopods or something.
Okay, BioBox
Thank you.
2B, please.
BioBox 2B.
The krill fan club is growing. If we're here long enough, we'll lose visibility.
That's actually quite impressive, the amount of krill.
Two coming up. There it is, a racket.
Oh.
Is that the floating one?
Yeah, what's
we'll be able to pin it down. Okay, on the way. You want it A or B?
B is fine.
B,
B
then.
can share with another rock. Have we lost some of the other samples?
Let's push it. Push forward. Okay, on the way.
Smash.
If you're able to drag that head of that below.
Is that on anyone else's sample list?
Seapan? Does this Seapan?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just shut on it. Yeah, don't shut it, and then just stop.
Yeah, there's a sea pen in there for some reason. You sample that.
Lift it up, pull it pushing down. Yeah. Just open the gap.
We-
And lift up into the second.
Is this inside or outside?
We may have just picked that up by accident. I don't see it on
I
the
think it looks
on the
like it's
sample
just
list.
stuck between the push cores and the bio box. Look.
I don't think we deliberately sampled that.
It's on our list.
Is it?
Yeah.
No. Which container is it for you guys?
2B. That's good. When you lift up.
No, I've got rock with encrusting sponge.
Feet down, and then you take off. You guys don't have that one?
No, I don't. Oh, sorry, it's not on my list.
So my list is a sediment
Yeah.
2.0. I don't know what this means.
Unfortunately. Because we gotta get Sakito here too, right?
Yeah.
So the only Sakito is that one.
Yeah, there's number 3, the closer one.
Just kind of want to keep an eye on this.
Did that sponge that was hanging out of by box 1, did that flop back in?
Yeah. It's just
I looked away and it was gone.
everything wants to escape today.
Oh.
All these.
Yeah, we've got a lot of active and animate objects
Yeah.
today.
Alright. Secured.
Okay, we'll take our final Sakito here.
What is the lifespan of a sponge, Tom?
Oh, hundreds of years. Some of them,
Hundreds?
yeah. And maybe even pushing into the thousands, but certainly hundreds.
3 is right. Ja. Camouflage it somewhere. So you can see that object again. That's what I want. Here it is.
So we saw indeed some whales last night, and this makes sense because you see that all this hill is full of krill. So it may be that the whales they are spending more time, or when there is a shallow water area or the top of hills, it is known that they spend also more time on seamount rather than in the open ocean.
Alright, what's coming in? Yeah, do it. Wow. Nice. Regrade that. We'll torch the rest of it.
And that's interesting, they're grounding out.
Mm?
There's resistance right there.
You mean there's rock there?
It's gonna be hard because we have big gouges from the ram on the left side. So
It's really variable.
yeah.
So, sorry, there was like bedrock we can get back there.
It seems like some our rams have pushed up some pretty good troughs, so maybe just the spot he was.
Okay.
Close to bedrock, but
Do you think is where like our rams are, is there any way we could try and measure the depth of that sediment, like a poke or something?
you're talking about a scientific poke.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna put this now. You wanna do that first, or do you wanna get the second?
No, we could do the Suki too. Like,
Cicada first?
Sakito first, please.
Yeah, because we want it undisturbed if we can.
Undisturbed.
And you only want first on the top side, right?
Yeah, first few centimeters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Surface.
I think you might get a brachiopod as well.
Indeed, we need some of them for biology.
It's very shallow.
Yeah, they can see a little rock outcrop there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's thin veneer there.
Yeah.
What about just ahead of the triangle?
Try another place, maybe to the left.
This one?
Could, yeah, could we avoid the disturbed spot? I know it's tricky. The krill love us.
Yes.
What's this one? No. This one?
Yeah, that's looking a clear run.
Just beyond the disturbed part.
I don't know, it's pretty shallow. It's pretty shallow. Wanna go somewhere else?
Really deep with the rams, and then really shallow right where we are. Yeah, we can take a hop.
Let's take a hop.
It's all similar area.
Before we take a hop, grab this.
Alright. Regrab.
Just try again.
Are you okay with us taking a short hop, Petra? Just to find a new area.
What happened? Is this no sediment?
It's shallow.
See?
Yeah.
It's very shallow.
Where the rams are, it's obviously plenty deep, but it seems to be grounding.
so it's probably just like a very like what we're seeing. So it's probably just like a very like what we're seeing. Shallow cover of it, just that was like iced over. Shallow cover of it, just that was like iced over.
I was really surprised at some of the other sites how well the sediment was clinging. Really surprised at some of the other sites how well the sediment was clinging, how cohesive it was, because it was. I would have thought it would have slumped down some of those slopes, but it was hanging on there. So yeah, this bioturbidation here would indicate there's enough depth for burrowing animals.
Park down right by them.
Yeah, I'd take that as an indicator of a bit more going on there. What do you think makes these burrows, Pedro? There's a paper recently ascribing ones that look a bit like this to amphipods.
Yeah.
Have
these mysterious holes in a row, right, in the deep sea. And it seems that there are some amphipods constructing this tunnel system. But here, I don't know, this may be also some polychaetes.
Okay. Shall we start?
Yes.
There you go. This one.
That's
yeah,
looking more
it's
like
better
it.
place. Yeah.
Oh, look how rich and kinky that is.
Wow, millions of krill.
Yeah, you might get some free krill.
Now it makes sense why we had these whales in the morning.
Yes, yeah, there's baleen whales. This'll be it.
Somebody got the species of that whales?
I haven't seen that. That video that that Tony took is certainly clear enough to ID it, but I'm not so good with my whales.
Go all the way forward, then you have to pitch up. Yeah, see, it's directly downward.
Oh, the fish is observing what we are doing here.
Well, we're stirring stuff up. It's good feeding. Not to mention all these krill.
I'm gonna go to the science museum for a bit. I might be back if you guys are still there.
Okay.
But if you can you just try and poke it, see how deep it is, though? We've just got that schizo.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
we do.
Need to make notes.
Oops.
Approximately.
I'm gonna do another sweep. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, okay, with the stirred up sediment, do you want to look into the water column? Yeah, sure. As soon as you grab this bit, you take over, get the shot you want.
Kubrick is actually the room. And it takes you on this setting. You want to do another grab?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, you can almost fill those sacks.
yeah.
That's
Very
where
nice.
they differ from the push cores. These are quantity.
Yeah, very nice. Nice catch.
If you want to find out more about the wider rationales of this trip and who's on board and what we're all interested in, then if you go onto the Schmidt Ocean website, there is under cruises, sorry, there's a whole page about Antarctic climate connections, why we're here and who's on board. And so if you want to do a bit of wider reading, like this feels quite macro, you know, you're joining us on a single sample, but if you want to get an overview for what it is we're trying to achieve here and why we decided to come here, then check it out on the website. Give you some background and also a bit of a profile on each of the participants, so you'll get a feel for the voices you're hearing and what our deal is.
Yeah, very nice. That's fine.
Suficiente?
Yes, suficiente.
Excellent.
All right, when you're happy done, I will push those out.
Very good.
And that did come from basket 2, the closer one.
you're asking two is inboard and one is outboard.
Ah, sorry, that is, yeah. Yeah, it's 2.
Which bag number is that?
You should have that.
That is bag number 3.
You're good. If I was doing the sample mock up, I put it on there too. Just because every time you guys say we're going to rock. Which one is that?
Yeah. Somebody's drawn it on, but yeah, we should amend it.
If it's, yeah, I guess that's consistent every time. But
If we label it, will be.
right? Set in stone.
Okay, Sakito 3 and Rock Basket 2. While we're over here, are we able to grab the scoop and explore how deep the sediment is for the geos?
I was just going to do a scientific poke.
Oh yeah, scientific poke is fine.
You want to just use the manipulator, or do you want the?
No, the manip is a good scale. I wasn't sure if you were reluctant to get sediment in it.
We always are. Scientific poke.
Okay, we're poking for science. That's not what I have on mine. These are quite different.
This is a good spot.
Yeah, they were interested in the same site as the Sakito. I'm not quite sure how to capture this in the logs, but if we could log it just so the geologists know where to look in the video.
Ready? I'm ready. You ready?
Poking
So
for
here
science.
we go. We are trying to measure the depth of the sediment.
And that's oh, it's quite deep actually.
Ah, we found a good spot. Well, those burrows made me think that this was a better area. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so plenty deep here, but then just a couple of meters to the right, we were hitting bedrock. So really undulating and varied, and there's probably quite a lot of variation in the rock here, and it's just collecting sediment in the depressions. As we've gathered our fan club of krill, we're just going to grab a few nice shots of them swimming around. So I'll let Alex take control, but we'll probably ditch the lasers and look up into the water column a bit.
Very nice, very nice. So what we also would like to collect some brachiopods for biology. So we.
Oh, well, we're landing here?
Probably on that rocks that are nearby. Maybe we could slurp gun some of them.
Okay. We'll just get some shots of the krill, and then we'll move on and go shopping at that rock face.
Do you do any smooth motions or like static? So if you need to move the camera just smoother.
Very productive waters here. This is sustaining all these communities in the water column, including the Antarctic krill, which is a very important component of the food web. We have the krill eater, sea lion, or what's it called? Seal, the krill eater seal. We have
the crab eaters.
The crab eaters.
Yeah.
Crab eaters. We have different whales that are feeding on the krill, and of course fish and other big components of the ecosystem.
He fell rather quickly.
Pressure is too much. Right now we have everything on for lights out. Yeah, I like that. It is. It is beautiful, isn't it?
New screensaver.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a request for a Niskin bottle. So, but we'll get the shot first, but that's just something else we can do before we move on. Hey, we might get some krill in it. They seem to be everywhere.
Seems to be attracted by the light.
Yeah. We've been round that bowl. Grill party. Oh, that's great. When the light hits the shells, you get all sorts of colours. You can see the algae they've been feeding on. You can see little green stomachs.
It should be, because it feels like he's being tilted.
Yeah, it's them. We are not moving the camera, it's the grill. Let's just park up, just watch this for a while.
It's relaxing.
Yeah. I think most of us be on the screen on the ship somewhere. It's just a loop of this. Amazing.
Which one's your favourite? Yeah, that centre shot.
Yep. Coming down. Happy with that? Yeah. Okay.
Grand.
Do you guys have a code name for the crow? Tom?
I don't. Do we want to give them one?
Herschel?
Ah, Herschel's nice. They do look like a Herschel.
No.
All of them.
Yeah. Herschel 1 through 8. I love it. Just like to do like this.
When my granddad was in the Navy, he always used to tell a story of having a port leave somewhere. I forget where it was, unfortunately, but there was a cheeky kid down at the port with a sign that said he was selling seagulls. And just out of curiosity, he was like, "Oh, okay, I'll take one." And the kid just pointed to the sky and went, "That one's yours." Which is kind of what this feels like.
Lasers are on still. Yeah,
Lasers off.
Oh. You think that the fish also eat krill?
I do. I think we might have just seen it happen. Oh yeah, he's drunk. Kind of half-heartedly, but I think he got one. So this is a notothenoid, one of the. Oh yeah, look how fat it is.
Oh
I think this fish is doing well out of us.
Yeah, he doesn't want to move. That's a fish you need to catch.
Is this a fish you like?
Didn't you want to fish?
We haven't had any of the notothenoids yet. I mean, it's looking well fed.
Yeah.
Are we? We'll get the shots. We'll see if it hangs around. But it's fun watching it feed. Oh, he got one.
So there was a question in the chat about the difference between shrimps and krill. Krill, it's a different type of crustaceans. The krill, they belong to the group that we call Oiphoisacea. It's a different name, but it's a different group of crustaceans than the prawns. These Oiphoisacea are all only living in the water, while the shrimps, they are more, some of them are also living in the water, but they like to be close to the bottom and they crawl on the bottom and they are more epibenthic.
Yeah, that fish has been doing very well out of us.
Grabs another one in the next 10 seconds, and I'll probably try and pull focus to finish, but super happy. Thank you very much. Go on, one more. I don't know, this is about to burst. Come on, one more.
Yeah, we're struggling on that last one.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting close again.
Euphausia superba, that's the Antarctic krill that we are seeing now, swimming in the water.
So we didn't range the suction up. It's all the way up here. It's long ways. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'd have to bump forward.
A whole food web would collapse if krill were just a little bit smarter.
Oh, got another one.
His heart's not in it anymore. He kind of snaps, but is just full.
Token gestures.
Yeah. Just one more krill. So this fish is a notothenoid, but there are lots of them, and I'm not super good at telling them all apart.
Now's the best time to catch it because you can't move. It's on your trick, right? You just sit down and move, turn on the lights, let the fish gorge itself. 10 minutes.
That little black spot on the first dorsal reminds me of something.
Oh, we got one. We got one.
Yep. Great shot. Even turned around for you.
That is. Thank you so much, Tom.
Oh, that's great, yeah.
Thank you guys. Alright, you are welcome.
Well,
Niskin first.
I need to get confirmation I can fire that Niskin. Okay, yes. Yeah, I'm allowed to. Right, so the final Niskin bottle, number 6. Probably full of krill.
Yeah. Still got a good number on. Coming over. There you go. Spot on. Stripper. Extending. Wow.
Niskin bottle 6.
Fire.
2012.
Alright, we'll just track this right now. Okay. Are we going fishing, Tom?
We'll not waste too much time on it, but if a heavily laden, overfed fish happens to be right there, Suction sampler's looking fairly full, but we do have chamber 7.
Go for it?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. We'll
Get in one swap.
if we don't get in on one shot, we'll accept it.
We'll set up flag then. Bring it out. Then you think we'll just get it down in front, I'll get close, we can kind of work together. Who thinks best jumping ahead of the side? Yeah, just wham it on. Alright, I'm gonna pull that ram in so we have more space to work with. Put it on the middle. Just get close to it now, he's gonna swoop in. Alright. I'll get close to you, swoop, that's the call, right, Ben? Okay. You're orange R7. You want that view? Or you want me to center it up so you have more space? Just forward. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, coming up.
And did you want to come to a stop at that rocky outcrop?
Yes.
And we'll get some brachiopods?
Yes, I think it's better if we try to also slap them with the slap cam, but they can go in the same chamber with the fishless.
Yeah.
There's no problem.
Yeah.
Pull us up with the winch. You happy with this approach, Ben? Yeah. Okay. Walking in slowly.
Sneaking up on the fat fish.
You got full suction. Suction is full. Closer. Walking in slowly. Right. Coming to the right.
We'll almost definitely have some krill as well.
You got a view on the sit. You want it centered up in the middle? Yeah. Keep walking to the right. Get ready to zoom in on this way. Yeah, do this going like closer down. Closer down, so stretched out. Coming in. Got it. Coming straight ahead. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, stopping there.
Oh.
Sorry, still there. Still there?
Yeah, the British star is volunteer.
Pick me, pick me.
Easy man.
I see that there is also plenty of brachiopods here on the rocks on the
Yeah.
left side, so on the right side, so it would be also a good place to stop.
We'll leave the slope gun in hand and
Zoom out a bit. There you go.
but the pilots like a challenge.
Yeah, hang in here.
Ah, hidden.
It's just
Despite being full of krill, he's onto us.
walking it in.
Still got some ability.
He can't move in.
He's really fat.
Keep coming closer. Is it on the rocks? Yeah, there he is. Right at the base there on the rock. You got less room to smash out there. Down. Coming down. Coming down to you on a little high still.
think he's too wary. He's onto us. But we are interested in some of these brachiopods while we've got the tools out.
Okay.
So all of these bivalve-looking shells.
Let me set us down.
Yeah,
Just put us
maybe
on
better
the
if you
ledge.
land.
We can go to town.
Yeah, we can grab a good handful of those. They shouldn't escape us.
We'll just suction it.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
We-
Like each pick up the tusk.
We can wait a little bit until it gets more clear.
I'm glad your job's done. We're back. Glad your job's done. You can't put it at 7 now. Wow.
You did catch some krill, it looks like.
Oh,
Jar 7 is now a 7 sample.
interesting.
Sample. I put this back outward.
Is it bad for the pump? We don't want to flush it.
You can't push it.
No.
Yeah, it's unidirectional.
Oh, okay. Once it's in, it's in.
We can move forward and find you another specimen, and then we'll pick it up.
What was? Oh, over the of the brachiopods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So smooth out. We're out of here?
Guess so. Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or actually, can we come up and swing around? There's probably some on the other side as well.
Yeah.
We'll see how soupy it is.
When you go up. No, you're good. Thanks for assisting.
Chad was asking why we haven't seen any flatfish, and there are flatfish in Antarctica. This is where you get the left eye or armless flounders. So they don't have a pectoral fin. So none of those little flappy side fins, which are on the top with the flatfish.
Pretty smoky down there still.
Do you want to hop onto another side? They seem pretty
Yes.
plentiful.
Yeah, we can do.
It might be quicker with the visibility.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, if we head towards the if we head towards the transect line, we'll look out for another outcrop.
Cool.
Right, Quail, try and keep up. Yeah, I've made a note.
But this was kind of the sediment that we got? Accidentally?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't matter for the bracket.
Do you wanna try this slope here?
Yeah, that's good.
I think we might have blocked its suction as well. Do you think we'd still be able to collect the brachiopods, or is it clogged?
It's not to the top yet.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. Give it a shot. You don't want to pick it up.
Would you rather slurp it than pick it up?
I think rather slurp it if possible, because if we pick it up we will damage the cell.
Okay. If we can try in number 7, I'm just looking at which other chambers have things that will escape, or because there is brachiopods, but we don't want to conflate the samples.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want these on the wall then, or do you want the ones up on the right? The wall sounds good. Okay.
So here there are a couple of them that we can try.
Okay, can we try it on chamber 7?
We can
We've got mice in 6 now.
There you go. You got four teaspoons available space.
Well, at least they're on the face now. We shouldn't get so much sediment.
This time the rock won't come off. Yeah, I don't think you picked the rock. All right. What do you want then? That one? First one?
Yep.
Those two? First
Yeah.
one.
You can try that one.
Is that a brachiopods? Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's one. That's one there. There's one just above.
Alright. Give you a little sit down here. Alright, suction coming up. You gotta stir in the dirt chamber. The one on top's the brachiopod.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, and seems more willing.
Yeah.
Full suction.
Yeah, both of them I think. This is
Yeah.
the other has is more dark color, but
One.
yeah, the other one also.
This
Yes.
one? The
Yeah.
Yeah.
red one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting color.
Okay, sit in.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Excellent. Yeah. Maybe if you get.
Yeah, if we
a
zoom
couple
out
of-
and just see what we can reach while we're here.
Yeah.
Pretty dense.
1, 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep, one up top.
One up top. Okay. Perfect. Yep.
Nice,
And
that was
maybe-
perfect.
and maybe another one here down.
So there's 3 up here, there's 2 down here, whichever one's easy with your
Yeah.
reach.
This one?
Yep.
You.
I think while it's working, we might as well get a good sample.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Take one. Yes.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? Fill the jar?
That one. Perfect. And
Nice.
the last one. Perfect.
I mean, they're coming so easy, and I know Sveta would be up for some shells as well, so
Yes.
many as we can get while we're here.
Yeah.
These two?
Yeah. Perfect.
Anderson, yeah.
Yeah, he wants them all.
Yeah.
Grab the rock.
Yeah. 7.
7,
Oh, free krill.
8.
Oh, and an enemy maybe? Yep.
Looks like they're still dropping.
Yeah. This doesn't want.
Oh.
Maybe another one.
How's my table? I don't have a handy of it, but you're only going
Nice.
Very nice.
That's one down below as
Maybe,
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we are done, I think.
Yeah, we won't get too greedy. We'll be with their friends at least.
Perfect.
Amazing. Well done, gang.
Great.
now we could say it's not just one.
That's it. Yep, I see them all in there piled up.
Redeemed ourselves.
Mhm.
Good.
Well done,
Alright,
guy.
there's suction out.
2028.
Oh, I did nothing.
Serves lab of 7. So that's probably the slurp gun full. But we've still got some coral quivers, we've still got some bio boxes, and we could probably put some rocks in the rock baskets.
A lot of krill on number 7 too.
I think we could find krill everywhere.
Yeah.
Krill out of our ears for a while.
Well, these organisms that look like nets, these are bryozoans. They are not related to the corals. They have also very little, this is a colony, and they have very little polyps that are also filter feeders, but they belong to a completely different group, the bryozoans.
There's still a little bit more.
We'll put our toys away and then resume our transect.
Well, then we'll try to fly that final box now.
What's right here? Close the door now. Because when you took off out there, but don't go down. It's coming out. It's coming out.
Hold on.
Fly up again.
Hold on.
Now it's in. It's in. Close the door. Gotcha, sucker.
Okay, at least it's trapped there.
Yep.
All right.
Continue the transect, right, Tom?
Yes, yeah, we can rejoin our transit. We're actually still off the line from when we dodged the iceberg. We got distracted harassing the wildlife.
Coming down.
Okay, off we go again.
Here we see a sponge with some beautiful crinoids on top.
The line, so we'll go move towards the updated position.
Copy that. I'll get underway.
Gracias, mate. Gracias.
De nada.
Multicultural actually
Okay, we're still climbing. Oh, it's one of those big predatory ribbon worms.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. These worms are predators. So they also have a little stylet with some neurotoxins and venom that they can use to paralyze the prey, and then they ingest it. We guess that they are hunting for sea cucumbers or maybe some brittle stars. that they find at the bottom. So they're the bad guys here on this ecosystem.
Apex predators.
Yes.
Nice wall face coming. Someone was here before us. I've seen a few of these crash sites, whether it's drop stones coming. Oh, this is nice.
Very nice view. Sponges growing on the rocks. Any centimeter of hard substrate is utilized, is used by the fauna to grow on it, to climb on it, to get more access to
Have a
the
look at this,
currents.
this down here.
We have these strange brittle stars also on the sponges. Sea urchins, different species.
Oh, okay, it's a sponge. No worries. The geologists have asked me to keep an eye out for reddy pinky rocks.
These sea stars, crinoids, all full of life here. The sea urchins that they use little stones or little shells to hide. They put it on top of them.
We can see why they're up here. There's is it our movement or is there a fair bit of cross current?
Yeah, there seems to be currents.
So bringing plenty of food in, nice hard substrate where filter feeders can settle and get their filters up into the water. Oh, that might be a toothfish down there. I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
Xosticus, one of the toothfish. There's a fishery for them here. Well, maybe not this far south. It's probably not worth it, but there is a fishery for them in Antarctica. It's doing the toddler thing of if I can't see you, you can't see me. When they get big, they get over 1 meter long. Very cool. I saw them in the logs. A few other people have seen them, but that's the first one on my watch. So they're caught by long lines, mainly, around here. And then they get eaten by colossal squid. So a lot of they're not as mysterious. Well, they are mysterious, but they're not as rare as people would think, because they bother the fishers here. So hooks, fish caught on lines are an easy snack, and you haul them all up, and it's just the heads with big beaky bites taken out of them.
Some corals here to the left. So we are 227 meters. This is the shallowest place that we have been. water temperature is minus 0.5 degrees, and the oxygen concentration is quite high. 64% oxygen saturation.
Right, we're rejoining our transect now after doing some iceberg dodging, and we're pretty much on top of waypoint 20.
Another these very big nemertinis, the ribbon worms. I'm right with that.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
ribbon
That is the
worms, yeah.
that is the English common name.
This is the white, long worms that we see at the bottom, gliding on their cilia.
So I think this is the peak of this particular outcrop.
We should put the flag.
We should put a flag. Although we're still climbing, so we've got another ridge coming up at the waypoint 21. Are any of those mushroom corals? I'm not very good with my corals.
I didn't say any.
Okay, that's on the wish list. So the remaining wish list is reddy, pinky looking rocks and mushroom corals. Probably about as different a wish list as you could want.
Huge bunches here. It's difficult to know how old these bunches are, but for sure several decades. They grow slow, but they may also grow faster if they have enough food. I mean, everything is related to the physiology of the organisms. Normally, in warmer environments, they tend to grow faster and live less years. And in cold environments, the physiology seems to be slowed down, and organisms, they grow slow and live longer. Here we start seeing a lot of corals on these rocks. Let's see if we find one of these mushroom corals. I'm not quite sure which species they are looking for.
These Christmas tree ones feel different.
Some crinoids.
Top. I haven't seen the updated schedule. What time do we have to leave the bottom?
7:30.
7:30. Oh, loads of time. Okay.
You want to be on deck 8?
I guess we're shallower.
That was so
Some more of these impact craters.
Yeah, what do you think this is?
Drop stones is all I can think of.
So we should be able to find a stone if we look into these craters.
crater?
I mean, on the other hand, I mean, you are right. I mean, what could it be else? But we have also a lot of drop stones on the surface of the sediment that they don't seem to have had a big crater. Maybe if we find a good spot, we can just make a stop and try to dig with a scoop if we find a drop stone in one of these little holes.
That's valid. Yeah. See what's at the bottom of one of these craters next one we see.
Another point is that we are quite shallow, so...
We see them fairly regularly. We'll stop at the next.
Another point is that we are quite shallow. I'm thinking of if some seals or some whales could do something like this.
much more current on this side.
That's what we're looking for.
Updated.
We're coming down the other side. There should be a little ravine here, and then we're up again, I think.
So these reddish ones are anemones, right? We are looking for a particular type of coral that also appears reddish. So we will need to see if we find one.
Yeah. Okay, there's more impact craters here. Do you want to take a look in one of them?
Yes. Yes, that would be good.
Alright.
So the idea is that these little craters are originated by stones that are falling down from the icebergs. The icebergs, they trap some stones on the continent. They get embedded into the ice, and when they come to the and are calving and drifting on the sea, they melt, and then the stones get free and fall to the bottom. These are the so-called drop stones. Most of the stones the rocks that we see here are drop stones, but some of them are outcrops from the marine rocks. So we have found quite regularly these little holes in this sediment, and we are curious to know if there is a stone there. So this will mean that these are very recent drop stones.
Open the nip or try the scoop, or what do you guys think?
Um,
What do you think? I want to poke around and see if there's a stone in these craters. Stone? Yeah.
yeah, we could try the scoop.
Pretty neat job. Can we have pause here, please?
Pausing the move.
Stone? I think it's a crater from a stone coming all the way down. Zoom in and take a look.
The material's been thrown out.
It's an animal digging in there. Fish. Build this nest.
They do build their nests, but that looks unusual.
Look around with the scoop.
Yeah.
Alright.
And if something huge swims out, then we know.
I mean, on the other hand, I don't know, but I don't think that seals have this behavior of just kind of biting into the sediment to get some scallops or something like that. I think they would rather be quite selective and rather grab the scallops without eating this amount of sediment, you know. But I don't know.
They do use their whiskers in some finer sediments to find things, and there's the beaked whales as well, and they dive down with their beaky faces. But yeah, I'm really not sure about these.
Just the one just now. This is the ones you just collected just now, right? Biology. This is the one voice to me.
The ice fish do make interesting nests, interesting burrows in this. Look like this. They look like bowl-shaped depressions. This is quite deep. And looks like it happened all at once and quite suddenly. The way that the sediment's thrown out around the outside of it makes it feel like it happened quite quickly with a fair bit of force. So maybe air-breathing mammal diving down and having a route around. or maybe a drop stone. I'm going to try and find out which.
Let's go dig in. What kind of treasure you will find it?
Yeah, if each one of these has a giant golden nugget, the cruise is going to take a turn.
That's right.
Suddenly no longer live streaming. Oh, it broke.
Coming in. Technical difficulty. That won't be the first time. Actually bigger than I thought. Nothing's coming out. Gold.
Oh, it seems to be sediment.
That would be an old thing. Yeah.
Well, we added to the hole at least. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I didn't. I was looking for something large and moving, but we may have pushed it deeper. Or it might not be a drop stone at all.
Told you about my plane story, right?
Our mystery will have to continue. See anything? We'll use the downward-looking camera and see if any of these have anything sticking out, anything you can still see in the bottom. But yeah, we can. I mean, if you dig a big enough hole, a load of men will just turn up and help you with it.
Yeah.
So we
keep
just,
going, is that what you said?
yeah, we just wait for some,
for reinforcements.
yeah, wait for a load of dads in board shorts to help you dig a big hole.
Everyone loves digging a hole.
It's the easiest way to summon men.
That's it. Yeah, you can zoom in now. Let's see. It's like left.
Yeah, I don't see anything to reveal.
No.
Oh well.
Continue on?
Yeah, we're not rich today.
Not today.
So in the scoop there is nothing. There's just sediment.
We can dip it out, see if there's anything in there. I didn't see anything move like a rock.
Yeah.
That's a great sentence. Nothing moved like a rock. You know what I mean.
Shift the dots around. You're going to scientific dome? Yeah. See it? Nothing in there? Zoom in. See anything literally right on that cucumber?
Yeah, you're deliberately dropping it on the cucumber.
Okay, you caught it.
Spoil that guy's day.
You want me to fill the hole up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fill the hole up? Yes. No.
Drop it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna fill the hole up. Didn't get it from the hole.
Right, we'll return everything to where we found it.
We're responsible young man. Find the hole.
I like how you can't bring yourself to just drop it. You need a project. It's either going on the hole or going on the sea cucumber.
Yeah, he's a target.
Yeah, it's all sediment.
Oh, there was something there or not?
I think it's just compacted.
Yellow.
What do you reckon?
Okay, I'm just gonna hold this while we zoom around the bottom of the ocean. Okay. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Okay, coming loop.
There we go.
So we're gonna scoop.
Oh, I didn't.
Good.
This was.
See it. In case Tom wants to scoop anything.
Scoop is poised. On our remaining wish list, red rocks and mushroom corals.
Bridge, we're moving on so we can continue our move to the updated position.
Hey there, babe. Can you say again I was at the other side of the bridge?
Yes, Camp Pete, we're moving on so you can proceed and head for the updated position.
Excellent. Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome, sir. Tilt down the camera a bit. With the yeah, downhill. Downhill.
Hopped up and over. Looks like we've got a couple of trellises coming up as we bounce down, and then we're up and over the summit of this particular ridge.
Seems to be a lot more disturbed bottom over there around town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things are crashing around. I don't want to get too distracted digging holes. Always in the back of my mind is a dollar counter moving with the seconds. Multi-million-dollar ROV and you dug holes. Really good holes. Interesting brachipod patch on here.
Oh, really? Yes.
Yeah, look, they're all... I'm not sure we've got the room. I wouldn't want to mix them up with the ones we've already collected.
No.
Well, that's interesting to see them obviously facing into the current. This nice
Yes, and also
sloping outcrop.
a lot of sea urchins also.
Oh, that's true.
We were worried about that one wrecking pot.
And more of these holes, right?
Yeah. Maybe it is a larger animal feeding. Yeah, some of these are sort of scrapes and scoops, and I can't imagine a rock rolling and falling like that. I think it might be feeding tracers, something big diving down, snuffling around.
Huge sponges approaching with the brachiopods, with the crinoid on top. So our shift is coming to an end. Now we will leave you with Amber and Tony. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening to us. And see you next time.
Yeah, stay with us. We are not ending the stream. We're just having a bit of a shift change. Gotta go get some dinner.
Always do something. So.
I'm going to project that waypoint all the way to the end. There's no point in getting small nose. Just make sure it's not going to take further.
So hello everybody, welcome to the last bit of the dive number 788. We have 1.5 hours to go. We almost passed the shallowest point of the dive. Right now we are proceeding and continuing to the next waypoint, waypoint 21. Then we're gonna go down the seamount structure again. It's not really a seamount, but it looks like one. So yeah, the ROV is almost full. We have a little bit of space left, so let's see what we're gonna find in the next 1.5 hours. Maybe some more samples, but mostly it's gonna be transect mode. And yeah, with me is Andres and Tony. During the dive we saw many walls, rock walls, some of them tenths of meters high. And they're mostly covered in large sponges, which we see very abundant here. Earlier, almost an hour ago, we saw also a lot of corals that we kind of did not see in the beginning of the dive. So we sampled some of them, but there's definitely a high abundance of sponges, and they are often very, very big, which means they are very old because everything here in Antarctica grows very slowly. So we can assume that they're hundreds of years old, which is a very remarkable thing to see down here. Oh, what is that? A sponge, okay. A red one.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Sorry?
Lasers are on.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to stop this.
Sorry?
You don't want to stop.
No, we can proceed. We can proceed. So I assume you're following along here, right? It's not like gonna go on top of here, but like more
Well,
going
I
along.
think actually wherever it was, it's meant to be like that track line.
Yeah.
Higher than that
Okay.
was.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get back. That
Okay. Yeah, that would be cool.
It'd be easier than trying to follow this contour.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can we zoom in on that one? I believe that we sampled something similar today. I don't even know. Looks quite overgrown. Not a coralus. Yeah, the coral. Some isopods, but I think we already have them. Yeah. Okay, thank you. What is the pink rock that you're looking for?
Granite, but I don't see it.
Okay.
Maybe this one has colors.
I mean, earlier we saw black, and then there was a red line, and then it was white rock underneath.
Yeah, that's what I see.
Yeah, okay.
Probably this one. I wonder when they took the last photos.
I mean, in the rock basket, I think some time ago. I
No,
see.
they took one with color.
Hmm.
Take one.
Yeah, following along the wall would be nice. Really cool. I guess on top will be sedimented if we're almost at the top.
This will be terraces, flat. Top.
Or would you prefer to go up and look for the rock?
And you have this wall,
Yeah.
flat, then wall, flat, that's all.
Okay. So following along the wall is totally fine.
So this is western wall.
Mm-hmm. Can we zoom in on that? See what it is.
Which one?
This one, yeah. Ah, it's an anemone. Okay, cool. We just a zoom and then continue. Thank you.
What are these big craters from? What is that?
See, there's like every once in a while it looks like something. Oh, an octopus! Ah, can we still zoom in, or try to follow it a bit?
The little
Yeah, you
ones
got it.
are bioturbation. Sometimes those holes are made by fishes.
Okay.
I think to nest.
Quite sedimented. Yeah. The poor one.
Maybe those holes are made by
Can we investigate that coral, please?
There is something inside the sponge.
True. It looks like a limpet or something. Can you zoom in on that, please?
Fusion.
What do you think? No, it's just the wall of the sponge. On the left, we have an ophiurite. Okay.
These sponges are much brown.
Mm-hmm. Rhizomes.
And everybody is close.
Okay, good. Tube wall. Thank you. It's kind of a shame that the suction sample is full. Oh, Tom is saying that he thinks that the craters are diving mammals foraging, which would make sense in these depths, because I think 240 meters. Oh, we'd love to see. We've seen a couple of whales around the vessel in the last 2 days, so that would be an amazing sight. Whale down here.
Hopefully they get curious.
Hmm?
Hopefully they get curious.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can cut a small rock from those that fall in the middle.
Okay, here in the middle?
Yeah,
Or, okay.
just a small.
Could we settle down and sample one of these rocks, please?
Where would you like?
Something here. I'm sampling something here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Any of those?
Okay.
Well, no, any of those. Just one.
Yeah, rocks. So either this one, or this one. Can they go in the rock box?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have something in the logbook.
Do you want to scoop a rock or? Yeah, try to. Particular, which rock?
I think he was pointing on that one actually. Yeah. This one or something else? Would you prefer
Maybe
that
too
one?
big. No, the one on top is fine. But maybe that one.
What do you mean? These ones?
Yeah.
Okay, these ones would be fine.
Yeah, maybe that may be too one.
Don't take that. Just to the left, the little ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want both of them or just one? Okay. If it's possible, both of them.
If it's with the scoop, you're going to get two of them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has some animals on top, so it's good for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, not that guy. He wants those.
Yeah.
Okay, that guy.
Thank you.
I don't know.
It's not always the bigger the better. In most cases, yes.
Not always.
Not always.
big enough.
Yeah, it looks like a limpet on top or something. Cool. Nice. Can go into one of the two rock baskets. I don't know where there's less space. Looks to me like the one that is closer to the BB2B is.
That's really tiny.
It's really tiny.
So can also go into the other one. Or you think it will fall down on the way?
Put it in that room.
Okay, cool. Is that fine for you?
You should be able to use the jaw like that. You should catch the one you can go off the portrait. Zoom out for this guy. So I would say
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No? Okay, you prefer 7 in the basket.
Throw in the basket. One.
Okay. It's already taken, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Tom was saying. Okay.
Yeah, so you can see it. You can't see it, right? When you're like that, you can't see it. Now you can see it. Unlike most people, you can't.
That's the usual one. That's the one that we sampled today.
We're gonna let go.
Yep.
And you move this other one over here.
Do you want the other one as well, Andres, or is that enough?
You want to take your picture?
You want a picture? Yes. Would be good, yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Would be good, yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Basket 2. Zero. Basket 2. Zero. Zero to the basket. There we go. Stop.
Thank you, guys.
Like that.
I think that was it here. So we can proceed on the line if you're ready.
Grab our screen. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. One is One is quite optional. That was just in top. Quite optional. That was just in top of the.
Time for being on deck.
Of the.
Time for being on deck.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Quite exciting.
I don't,
Quite exciting.
I don't think so.
I can. Don't think it's made from whales.
Like some things.
I can. Don't think it's made from whales.
Like some metal. This rock is different from the ones on there.
I think Tom didn't collect any fish. It's not that I've seen. No, I mean this is one that we saw 5 million times, so I don't know. Always feel like he wants. I mean,
If he wants more special ones.
yeah. Because if he would have wanted that one, he would have sampled it with his shift.
Yeah.
Because it's very abundant.
These pens are different. The package.
Yeah, 3C pens here. Shall we? Yeah, yeah. So can we zoom in on that? See if there's something small that we might sample.
The brownish.
Mm-hmm.
Something there, polycake.
No, I don't see. Do you see polychaete or something attached? I don't see anything. Usually there's always something.
No.
Not now.
Focus.
Ah, cool.
Okay, there we go.
Wow.
Nice. Okay, thank you for that.
which are they dead or not dead? Very, very
yellowish,
close.
yeah. It's
But
very
these are
different.
brownish. So I wonder if it's another sort of the same,
Yeah.
but with another color, or is it the when you have these ones here a lot?
Yeah.
Like everything here tends to be brownish
Yeah.
instead of the whitish colors we saw before. This is
A lot of animals.
it's quite common like everywhere.
Yeah, the sea pens are much more abundant here. It's interesting. And the anemones. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I saw so many anemones together before. They're almost on top of it here. Tom sent a picture.
Yeah, there you can see one of these craters again.
President Chinese is
Interesting.
That's really interesting.
There's another one behind. Yeah, it really looks like something with some
Must be something heavy.
some power.
Yeah.
Some power. Yeah, and I mean also the shape, no? It could be something that came from here and then smashed into that.
But yeah, Tom is right. That was made with.
Yeah. What is that? Ooh, okay. But
Do you
Stuck
think
there?
they get the
trying to hide.
it was a big fish.
Yeah, and in the
Greenish color.
that looks like a big. I was thinking of a sea urchin. It is a huge one. Here.
On the left side?
Mm-hmm.
This one?
Oh, yeah. That's a sea urchin.
Oh yeah, that's.
Covered with sponges.
Yeah.
Oh, cool thing.
Cool. Thank you.
The virus. Is full of them. I think it's dead.
You think it's dead? It was
There's
overgrown.
a
Huh?
complete ecosystem on top of
Look,
it.
is this? All the things are going to bucket.
Yeah. Sure.
So yeah, I think it's dead.
Thank you. find something to sample. We need something that we can scoop up. Everything else is full. Because we have technically like 3 bio boxes that are empty. I don't know what.
There's BB for B, BB for C.
And 2A.
And 2A.
Although I think Tom said something that there's a C pen that might escape or something. We shouldn't open it. Do you think it would be possible to like scoop them up with a thing, or would that destroy the shells? 'Cause I don't know how much they are attached to the.
Yeah, it depends on how strong they are attached to the subject.
Yeah.
But it's full.
Because we know that there's 2 people interested in brachiopods, and we sampled them once today.
We sampled them where?
Further down. Yeah, we suctioned them. It's in, I mean, we cannot mix them because we need to still
But
be
there's
able to
no
distinguish.
space.
Hmm?
There's no space.
No, in the suction sample there's no space, so the only possibility that we have is go along the wall with a scoop. But I have no idea if that is feasible or not. But we can try it. I mean, it's not like we have the time. I mean, we have the time for it. Because then Gina and Seth, I don't have to fight for the brachiopods. Yeah. I think that would be good.
Bridge, RV, can we pause the move, please?
Pause the move.
So yeah, I guess if they're attached somewhere on loose sediment, I guess it should be possible to scoop them.
Scoop everything with the sand.
Yeah, just like do.
Put it out in front though. Put it out here.
Oh, with a bolt?
And put it out here and re-grab. Like you can grab it there in the pocket, or grab it there. You know what I mean? Oh, it's gonna be so. Want some zoom on that one? This one? Okay. Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Right there, like that. You know, so you get this part and that part in your pocket. So come down like that. You want to see it?
Oh.
I'll leave like things clear. These guys.
Straightforward. Straightforward.
Go in a little bit more and get that whole bit.
All day closing.
Well, yeah. I guess they're quite rooted. Oh yeah. Oh, but that one is loose.
3 would be perfect. That would already be enough. Hmm? Two of them are inside there.
Just before you put them on the
Where? Sorry. I guess either I would prefer these ones because here's something that is like half outside. Yeah.
Before you put it here,
Yeah.
try to make a picture of what is inside.
Okay. Mhm. Can we have a look in there? Might already be. Even if it's just the two of them, it's totally fine. Yeah, but that's fine. Happy with that. Do we have to specifically make a frame grab, or is it just a zoom in?
No, it's just for the sample. Before.
So, okay, can we have zoom in on the sample again for the sample list?
Just a picture, please. Put it out like this. Yeah. Oh. Shoulder down. That way you're not going to tap them out. Yeah, that's great.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
Perfect.
And then either BB4C or BB4D, if that fits for you. a snail?
I believe so.
I guess so then.
4B, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like he's might be attached a little bit.
Let's not risk it.
Okay.
Afraid to lose the sample.
We can
2.8.
put it on the auto cleaver there. Yeah, we can just drop
Oh
it
yeah,
in.
perfect, perfect.
So, auto cleaver in there.
Yeah, there should be 10.
There we go. Yep. And then roll it back. Just roll it back for the total.
Perfect.
ROV bridge.
Go for ROV.
Hey, for information, the wind's just picking up with a snow squall coming in, so I'm just going to change the heading about 40 degrees to port.
ROV copies. 40 degrees to port. Oh, it's the bus. Yeah. Those are good. Not that one. There you go.
Can we take a close look at that, because that might be a mushroom coral that was requested, but I'm not too sure yet. Actually, it looks more like rhizome. Let's just double check. Yep, it's just a rhizome. Thank you. So 5 Minuten Recap machen, was wir heute gesehen haben. Entspannt. Ist ja gleich zu Ende. Ich fange einfach an, dann kannst du. Das. Okay, so we almost reached the end of our dive today. We have about 7 minutes left until we need to ascend in order for the biology and geology team to process the sample in time. Today we discovered or explored a beautiful seamount shaped structure. It was quite, we had a quite steep ascent from a deeper part, which was around over 1,000 meters, I believe, the deepest part, and then we ascended to a part that was the top of the seamount structure. That was about 240 meters or even 220 meters. So we almost made 800 meters. We can just proceed and continue until 22. Okay, perfect. What do we see today, Tony? Do you want to talk a bit about the stuff that we saw on the way up and on the way down, and if there's any change in abundance and in community structure in what we saw?
So we can definitely see a change compared to the other dives we had the days before. Especially this dive, we saw a bunch of very, very big sponges. Quite a high amount of different species, I assume. But just anyway, very big sponges, lots of big anemones. Sometimes the seabed was covered with sea cucumbers again, lots of brachiopods. Of course, the giant amount of krill that we saw today was very, very special. And we saw many sea stars today, which was also quite new compared to the other dives.
5 minutes.
So overall, we saw a big diversity, a high diversity of fauna.
Ben, you're on bridge, not ROV.
Whoops. So what was your favorite thing today, Tony? Was that the amount of krill that we saw? That I missed?
That's a good question. But to be honest, I'm very amazed by all of the sponges. I'm kind of into sponges now, so I really liked seeing all of the sponges, the big ones. But of course, the krill was absolutely amazing. And just in general, the difference compared to the other dives, I think.
You think that's an octopus on the left? Can we check that out? I think it's one, but I'm not sure.
What was your favorite thing, Amber?
Loud, clear, coming.
Thank you.
1 second. No, it's not an octopus.
Are you sure? It is.
Cool. Nice. What was my favorite thing? I mean, the sponges were amazing to see, also the different colors. And the fact that they're huge, which means they're super old, that is quite fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the structure itself was quite interesting to have these different terraces of rocks, and then coupled with sediment again, and then you have another terrace, and you kind of climb up this structure, and then of course in the end of the dive we got down a bit. It's kind of sad that we don't have more hours to explore the other side.
That's true.
But let's see what we're doing tomorrow. Maybe we're gonna explore the other side. I'm not really sure what they came up with. It's definitely nice to see some octopuses moving. It already changed color right now.
No, I already said the same earlier, I think, like today or yesterday, that we finally see moving octopus.
Yeah.
Not just the Dumbo that is pretending not to be alive anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
It's a cute one.
You think that's why he gets red? Yeah. Okay. Then we just leave him existing.
Good job.
Loud and clear, how many?
Sound also loud and clear.
Hey guys, we're at 300. No, we're at 255. We're at 255. Should be able to steer things here in a minute. I'll auto cast to 150.
Sounds wonderful. 150 got it.
Can we have a last zoom on this little guy? It's an Emertine.
That's a big one.
Yeah. Thank you.
I do like the color.
Mm-hmm. It has some kind of unicorn color. I don't know. It's kind of my.
That's a unicorn
Yeah,
color.
I don't know. It's what I kind of.
Okay.
Silky, pinky.
I'm a bit more interested in the orange color of the anemone, but.
Okay. Yeah, I mean they're beautiful. They stick out.
Yeah, absolutely.
The rest.
Stop.
Wait, sorry. Yeah, please come to a stop. We're gonna start.
Yeah, we can start. Yeah.
Rock bottom.
Okay, let me just check the penalty size and tag in the
We'll stay on bottom then.
Copy that. We stay on bottom.
Okay, give me 1 minute.
Sure.
What did you say, Ice?
Yep. He's got to check out some ice, so
Okay.
we'll come down here.
Okay. Doesn't sound bad. check out that structure.
Oh, yeah.
It looks weird.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you start the recovery now, then yeah, I'll bring the ship to stop. We can start the recovery.
Okay, yeah, we start recording.
They copy.
All right, coming up.
Cool.
Come on. Let's move in.
We also need to head out because we need to prepare for our samples, which will arrive in 20 minutes. Are you ready for push coring, Tony?
I am ready. Are you ready?
I am ready. I'm ready.
Alrighty, that is us off bottom. You probably heard the communication between the pilots and the bridge. Huge thank you to our narrators today for a wonderful dive stream. Right now we've got Andy and Joelle bringing us back up to the ship. We've only got about 200 meters left in this ascent, so it's going to be a super short rest of the stream. And we will be back soon with a new dive stream. Take care, everybody, and have a nice night.